Good evening. The Cypress-Fairbanks Independent School District Board of Trustees is now convened in a regular board meeting on Monday, May 6th, in the boardroom of the Cypress-Fairbanks Independent School District, Mark Henry Administration Building at 6 p.m. I want to welcome our members of the audience and those who are online viewing this meeting. We are here to set goals, listen to reports, approve budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and make policy for the district. It is not the role of the board to make day-to-day operation decisions. The management and day-to-day operations of the district are responsibility of the superintendent. We have policies and procedures in place to resolve concerns and issues. This is a public meeting of the Board of Trustees, not a meeting of the public. The meeting is open to all who wish to attend and the matters here discussed. Audience members may not participate in the meeting outside of designated agenda items for citizen participation or agenda comment. Disruption of the meeting by any person, including the audience, is inappropriate and will be addressed by the board president or the board counsel as the meeting parliamentarian. Continuing to repeat disruption in the board meeting by words or actions may result in removal. Prior to the meeting, board members did receive information related to tonight's items. Agenda items may not be represented in the budget in the order listed. During the course of the meeting, the board may determine a closed session is necessary. In that event, the board will meet in closed session and consider matters duly posted, permitted by 551.071 through 551.084 of the Texas Government Code. These proceedings are airing live on the district website. They'll be available on the district website following tonight's meeting. For the video to adequately represent the proceedings, please respectfully ask to refrain from talking while others are speaking, and that cell phones are either turned off or in silent mode. Thank you for taking the time to join us this evening and your interest in the Cypress-Fairbanks Independent School District. Tonight we have 3 different elected officials, representatives here. We have Grace Hanley from Representative Tom Oliverson's office. We have Elizabeth Stinson from Senator Paul Bittencourt's office. And we have John Rosenthal here as well. There are no Boy Scout troops or Girl Scout troops. At the end of each open meeting, the board, patrons who have registered in accordance with the procedures established in BED regulation may address the board during the designated agenda comments prior to the board's consideration on an action for the item. Unless the agenda is otherwise rearranged for the board present during the meeting, agenda items and comments will generally be taken before each agenda item. Also, in accordance with the procedures established in BED regulation, patrons may address the board during citizen participation on matters of interest or concern that are not posted on agenda items. For detailed information or instructions for registering under agenda comments, please go to the district website at cfisd.net. Patrons who have registered to speak this evening will see your names listed on the screen behind me. Before your name is called, please move forward and sit in one of the reserved seats in the front row. When you approach the podium, you'll see that there are 2, one to my right and one to my left. You'll see a monitor inside that podium. When it's your time to speak, a digital presentation timer will be displayed at the top of the monitor. It will be set in accordance with the number of speakers this evening. There'll be a 30-second and a 15-second warning light to wrap up your comments. The invocation for tonight's meeting will be given by Dale Inman, Senior Pastor of Autumn Creek Baptist Church. Before the invocation, I'd like to introduce the Cypress Creek High School Junior RFC cadets who are performing tonight's color guard. Carrying the U.S. flag is Cadet Major Carrie Tucklin. On the rifle is Cadet Sergeant Annette Montoya. Carrying the Texas flag is Senior Airman Moo Paw. And on the left rifle is Cadet First Lieutenant Caleb Raham. These cadets present the colors to you under the direction of Major Craig Lawrence, retired U.S. Air Force. At this time, I'd like to ask you please stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. And as a personal privilege, I will also do the Texas pledge as well.
How's it now? I feel like I'm at church. Am I on? Am I on? I just want to thank so much for Cy-Fair. What an awesome district this is. I was on Conroe ISD School Board. Some of you may know, and we always admired you guys. I just want to thank the Lord for you guys. So if you would bow with me in prayer. Father, what an awesome night it is to be here tonight at Cy-Fair School District. Father, I thank you so much for the superintendent and the associate superintendents as well as the board, these men and women that take their time and energies to devote themselves to what's best for the children of this district and the educational outcomes of the kids here. Father, I should be with the parents that are here tonight again, and also the taxpayers, Father. We just thank you so much for all these different stakeholders that take this so seriously to come tonight and be here in the dealings of our meetings tonight. Father, we thank you for the men and women tonight that will be honored and lifted up and given positions of just celebration tonight. What an awesome night it is. Father, again, we thank you. I can't help but think your hand is not upon Cy-Fair, as prestigious and as great as this district is. Father, we thank you for this. Our lips will always sing your praises. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
You may be seated, please. Christine Kalmbach will now read the district's vision and mission statement.
Our vision at CFISD is formed from the acronym LEAD, to learn, empower, achieve, dream, lead. Our mission is to maximize every student's potential through rigorous and relevant learning experiences, preparing students to be 21st century global leaders.
We'll now proceed with remarks and announcements portion of the agenda. Gillian?
Thank you, Mr. President. The month of April was a busy one for CFISD. Please enjoy this April recap video highlighting how our students and staff brought out the best. All right, bringing out the best character trait for the month of May is patriotism. Thank you to all the campuses for emphasizing strong character for all of our CFISD students. The Instructional Technology Department hosted the CFISD Student EdTech Expo on April 11th at the Berry Center. Attendees interacted with students as they shared the technology they have been using in our classrooms this year. Also on display was the middle school robotics exhibition and many of the high-tech CTE opportunities that our high school students have. Please watch the short video highlighting the Student EdTech Expo.
The Student EdTech Expo showcases all the technology that students are using in the classroom.
It is an opportunity to showcase everything our kids have learned. And it's not just really about using technology, but how they apply their content, their knowledge, what they've learned throughout the year in their different classes.
We get to show off different kinds of robotics. We get to show off our fine arts and all the wonderful things that CFISD does throughout the entire year. Every project made here is made in a single year, which is really impressive.
We have a lot of our CTE programs here showing off things that we use, like our laser engravers, 3D printers. Our automotive program is here, construction. So all of our specialized programs are here to show off the technology they use in their classrooms and how our students utilize it every day.
The 2019 Instructional Technology Bond really is a blessing for every single classroom in CFISD. It allows us to put high-tech equipment on every campus, regardless of where they are in the district.
All right, the National School Lunch, This National School Nurses Week is set for May 6th through the 12th, and School Nurse Day is May 8th. We'd like to thank our 93 school nurses, 6 licensed vocational nurses, and 60 clinic assistants who go above and beyond to keep our schools safe and our students healthy. Please join me in thanking a school nurse whenever you have a chance. Also, right around the corner this month is the week of May 12th through the 18th is designated as National Police Week, and May 15th is Peace Officers Memorial Day. We thank our local agencies and especially our CFISD Police Department for ensuring the safety and protection of our students. Thank you for going into harm's way to keep us safe, to the men and women of the police force. Thank you. And right around the corner is a culminating activity for us. Graduation ceremonies for all 12 of our high schools will be held at the Berry Center May 28th through June 1st, as we plan to recognize nearly 9,000 for the class of 2024. The full graduation schedule is available on our website. Remember, folks, that the traffic will be heavy in the Barker-Cypress corridor during this time, actually this whole week. So be prepared for that, but it's all for a good cause. Summer programs right around the corner as well. From camps to academies to mobile libraries, there will be many extracurricular options available to students this summer. Visit Summer and CFISD block on our website to learn more. And Monday, May 27th, will be the student and staff holiday and observance of Memorial Day, as we recognize the sacrifices made by our servicemen and women in defense of our nation, lest we forget. And then summer break, the last day of school will be for the 2023-24 school year is set for May 31st. June 3rd will be a professional development day for our staff. We wish a safe and restful summer for all of our students and staff. And just a personal privilege piece, I'd like to really quickly say thank you to Vanessa Coach and Terry Bradshaw. We had a AVP showcase, that's our audio video performance showcase, this last week at the Video Performing Arts Center next door. We had a ton of students represented from all over this school district that brought their audio and visual performance pieces for award ceremony. And I know Vanessa and Terry were instrumental in organizing that and also doing a lot of service. And so Vanessa and Terry, I have a superintendent coin just to say thank you so much for all that hard work. It was amazing seeing all the video work, and actually Vanessa's in the back booth right now helping out. So thank you very much. And I believe we have some new administrative announcements, so I'll turn it over to Christina Cole.
Thank you, President Henry, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Killian. I'm always so grateful to have this opportunity to introduce either a new leader in a new role or a new principal. I think since I have started in my position, this might be around the 12th principal that I've announced. I'm hoping it's not me. But I do want to tell the principals in the audience that are watching from home that I will not be accepting any more resignations until December. All right. So the first person that I would like to introduce to y'all this evening is Chris Hecker. He will serve as the new Assistant Superintendent for School Leadership. Come on up, Chris. Chris began his teaching career in 1997 with Cypress-Fairbanks ISD at Langham Creek High School. His passion for education helped him land the role of assistant principal at Dean Middle School in 2004, where he remained until 2006, transitioning to Cypress Woods High School in 2006. Chris continued to support both students and staff, fulfilling roles as both an assistant principal and a director of instruction. His commitment to curriculum development and instructional excellence was further exemplified through his concurrent responsibilities as a district curriculum coach for high school social studies. In 2008, Chris assumed the principalship at Dean Middle School until the opportunity arose to serve as inaugural principal at Cypress Park High School. His exemplary leadership was recognized in 2022 when he was honored as Principal of the Year. Chris's academic journey includes a bachelor's degree in history from the University of Texas and a master's in educational leadership from the University of Houston. Throughout his career, Chris has actively pursued opportunities for development, participating in programs such as the Rice University Leadership Partners Training and Certification, and achieving NASP National Mentor Certification. His expertise and dedication have been shared widely, with Chris presenting at various conferences, including Texas Association of Secondary School Principals, Leadership Secrets to Accelerate Change, and Creating a Culture of Change presentations. Chris and his wife, Monica, have been married for 25 years, and they have 3 children. Sydney graduated from Cypress Woods. Baylor University, is now a law student at Penn State. Abby graduated from Cypress Woods and is currently a junior at the University of Texas, studying international studies and global relations. And Cole, who is a senior at Cypress Woods, will be attending the University of Arkansas in the fall. Chris is a huge sports fan, in case you didn't know, especially college football, and stays very active in his church, Second Baptist Cypress campus. So please join me in extending a warm welcome to Chris Hecker in his new leadership role as Assistant Superintendent.
President Henry, Board of Trustees, Dr. Killian, Associate Superintendents, just what an honor it is to serve in this new role. I thank God for the calling to teach, and I still consider myself a teacher. Many people come up here and say they're a product of Cypher ISD, meaning they graduated high school. I did not graduate high school from Cypher over in Klein, but my professional career is I am a product of Cypher High School, or Cypher School District. There's countless mentors and friends and leaders that just too numerous to name, but each and every one of them have been a blessing to me. Thank you so much for the opportunity to learn and grow and sometimes stub my toe and learn from that. But thank you for your commitment to me, and I will definitely repay that opportunity by serving all of the principals in our school district, our citizens, our parents, and of course our students. And so thank you very much. I'd like to recognize my much better half, Monica, and my 2 kiddos that could be here. Sydney is finishing up finals up at Penn State, and my mom is actually watching online, so hi Mom, great to see you guys, but thank you all. I'm sorry. And I'm so sorry. My great in-laws, they are definitely in-laws, not outlaws, Guy and Judy Matthew, who have been such a blessing to us as well. So Christina doling me out already. So thank you all so much.
I'd like to introduce our first principal of the evening, Yvette Garcia for Bain Elementary School. Yvette has 40 years of experience in education. She received her bachelor's degree from Sam Houston State University and her master's degree from Stephen F. Austin University. Yvette's journey in Cypher ISD is a testament to her dedication and passion for education. She started as a student teacher and later taught at Moore Elementary as a kindergarten teacher in 1984. After spending 2 years in California, she quickly returned back to the district, I will add, to teach at Sheridan Elementary. Her roles expanded as she served as an instructional specialist and assistant principal at Post Elementary. In 2005, she moved to Holbrook as an assistant principal until she was named the principal at Francone Elementary in 2009. In 2012, Yvette transferred to Holbrook Elementary as the principal, and she was selected as Principal of the Year in 2017. In the same year, she moved to serve as a principal at Truett Middle School until 2022. Yvette left the district to continue to share her knowledge with others as a consultant for campuses in various districts, but Yvette has missed the principalship and she's ready to come back to CFISD, and we are so grateful as a principal at Bain Elementary. Yvette has 2 children that both live in Blanco, Texas. Her daughter and son-in-law have children that she visits every month because she does not want them to forget her abuela. When Yvette is not traveling to Blanco, she enjoys cooking and baking and is trying to master the art of sourdough bread. Yvette says she just couldn't stay away from Cypher ISD, and she's so excited to be back on campus. Yvette has a niece who is an elementary teacher at Post. Please join me in welcoming Yvette Garcia.
I think I got that right. President Henry, Dr. Killian, Board of Trustees, thank you, thank you, thank you. I am so excited to be back. I love the babies, love the babies. I've done middle school, but I think right now my heart is with the babies. I started thinking about all the people that helped me become who I was, a lot of namesakes, and I had to write them down so I would not forget. I'm just going to say Barbara Burks, Peggy Duryea, Betty Rennell, Janet Hoover, Robbie Sheridan, Dr. Anthony, and Carla Brosnahan. And anytime I find myself struggling to make a decision, I think about one of those leaders and what would they do? Instead of what would Jesus do, what would Carla Brosnahan do? What would Dr. Anthony do? So thank you. I'm just excited to be back. I couldn't stay away any longer. So I appreciate the opportunity. I would like to introduce my sister, Krista, who used to work for the district, and also I have Mom and Dad here with me. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yvette. The next principal I'd like to introduce is a principal at Moore Elementary, Rebecca Hignite. With a 27-year career in education, Rebecca's journey began as a teacher in Spring Branch ISD. She also taught in Lamar Consolidated ISD and Katy ISD before joining Cypher in 2008, and we're so glad she did. She joined as an at-risk specialist at Hemingway Elementary School. In 2009, she became an instructional specialist at Copeland Elementary. A year later, Rebecca assumed the role as assistant principal at Reed Elementary, eventually transitioned to her current position as assistant principal at Rennell Elementary in 2015. Furthermore, she has played a pivotal role as a summer school principal at Bain, Francone, Woodard, and Leader Elementary Schools. Rebecca's commitment to professional development is evident through her participation in the Aspiring Principal Institute and her mentorship of numerous new assistant principals. Rebecca obtained her master's in educational administration from Walden University and a bachelor's of science in interdisciplinary studies from the University of Houston. Rebecca and her husband, Sergeant Coogan Hignite, police supervisor with CFISD Police Department, have 4 children. Hunter, who graduated from Cy Ranch High School and is currently working with Novo Elevator while running his own glass company. Cougar Jr., who graduated from Cypher High School and is now a second lieutenant in the Army and will be graduating from Sam Houston State University. Cassie is also a graduate from Cypher High School. Cassie and her husband, Michael, are staff sergeants in the Army and live in El Paso with daughter Aubrey. They are completing their degrees at Purdue University. Brittany and her husband, Daniel, and their 4 children, Benjamin, Nolan, Isabel, and Timothy, are currently living in College Station and are both graduates of Texas A&M University. I was waiting for that. In her spare time, Rebecca enjoys traveling from the snowy mountains to island beaches. Rebecca enjoys spending time with friends and family, with most of her time spent on their boats in lakes all around Texas. Please join me in congratulating Rebecca Hignite on her new leadership opportunity.
Thank you so much, President Henry, Board of Trustees, Dr. Killian, and the Leadership Cabinet. I cannot thank you enough for giving me this opportunity to be principal at Moore Elementary. I am deeply honored and grateful to accept this position. First, I would like to share with all of you that I am 100% committed to serving the students, staff, families, and community of Moore Elementary, and I will continue to work alongside all of you to make sure that we model those core values and principles that really are part of Cypress-Fairbanks ISD.
Second, I'd like to recognize a few guests that have attended tonight. My husband, Coogan Hignite, who has been my champion and who has believed in me 1,000%. Thank you for being my biggest fan. My son, Hunter, thank you for all those years waiting for me, falling asleep on the floor at school, as you did many times as I finished my work. And I think you only asked, can I go home now? Can we go home now? Maybe 200 times. But you still waited for me, and so thank you seriously for not complaining so much and being there for me. I applaud you for having such a work drive, and I am beyond proud of you. My stepson, Coogan Jr., who is here tonight also and is almost a graduate from Sam Houston with his degree in criminal justice. As a lieutenant in the Army, he is going to continue his training in July. So as soon as he graduates, he's off to his Bullock training school. I applaud the discipline you have for being such an outstanding bonus son that I am proud of. My stepdaughter is also here tonight with two of the children. The other two are in the car waiting. One's really little. Thank you so much for traveling from College Station and being here and being part of this moment for me. And my mother, who is watching tonight, thank you for teaching me the importance of following your dreams, which at 7 years old, I knew I wanted to be a teacher, and she bought me this huge chalkboard at 7 to play school in my room. I never stopped playing school, and the audience I know could have given me lots of tips, the imaginary audience. A few more guests I'd like to recognize are two important leaders that I've had the privilege of working with throughout my educational journey. I'd like to recognize Mrs. Leslie Thomas, my former principal at Reed and Rennell. She encouraged me to be the best that I could be, showing such grace, compassion, and kindness to everyone she encountered, but with a few office pranks on the side. I will never forget those crock-pot dinners that you always made for those that were in need, and she would have her crock-pot dinners going in the office during the day while we were working. She is the epitome of a servant leader. Thank you. I'd also like to recognize Dr. Akers, principal at Rennell, for being such a true role model of what a lifelong learner and a creative visionary are. I applaud your work ethic, and I am thankful to have worked and learned so much from you. And I also want to shout out to all my peers, the co-workers, and two of the best assistant principal partners I have ever had the privilege of working with. I could have never done it without you. You supported me, listened to me, and were always my cheerleaders every step of the journey. To my Rennell family, some of you are here tonight. Thank you so much for attending. All of you are living proof that we are all in this together, and every one of you is strong, resilient, dedicated, and a part of an amazing work tribe. Thank you for being one of the best group of staff members I could have ever worked with. And finally, I just want to express again, thank you so much, President Henry, Board of Trustees, Leadership Cabinet, to all of you. I want you to make sure that I will lead more and with an ethical, everything that we do will be ethical. And I feel immense gratitude to serve all of you. And I'll leave you with this. Moore is not my campus, it is our campus. And we are all together in this. So thank you so much.
Next, I'd like to introduce Courtney Nespeka, principal at Swinkie Elementary for next year. This is Courtney's 25th year in education, all which have been in CFISD. She began as a teacher at Holmesley Elementary in 1999 before becoming an instructional specialist at Keith in 2007. 2 years later, she began working in her current position as assistant principal at A. Robison. Courtney has also served as summer school principal at Matsky Elementary and is an adjunct professor for Lone Star College, teaching courses in education. Courtney demonstrates a commitment to continued growth and development as evident through her participation in the Aspiring Principal Institute and by serving as a mentor to new assistant principals. She obtained her master's in administrative leadership from Prairie View A&M University and a bachelor's in interdisciplinary studies from Stephen F. Austin University. Courtney and her husband, Ronnie, have one child, Cash. Ronnie is a professor and department chair at Lone Star College, Cypress-Fairbanks, and Cash attends Salyers Middle School and will be in 7th grade next school year. After Courtney and Ronnie married, they decided to travel the world before settling down and starting a family. Courtney still loves to travel and explore new places and also enjoys being a team captain for their MS 150 Team Believe. Please join me in congratulating Courtney Nespeka on her new leadership opportunity.
Good evening, President Henry, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Killian. I am incredibly honored and humbled to be standing before you today. I look forward to serving the community, staff, and students at Swinkie Elementary. I would like to first start and thank my predecessor, Dr. Liz Miller, for establishing high expectations at Swinkie and not only making Swinkie a good school, but a great school. I am very excited to continue with the strong family culture that Swinkie has. They have built such a rich tradition of community and pride, and I'm excited to start that. I do want to recognize a lot of supporters that have loved on me my whole 25 years and encouraged me to continue and letting me stand here today. I would like to thank my husband, Ronnie Nespeka. Thank you, Ronnie, for encouraging me to get my master's degree 20 years ago. I would like to thank my son, Cash Nespeka, who is in 6th grade at Salyards. I would like to also thank my mom and dad. I know my mom is smiling down on me right now, grinning ear to ear. My dad is at home in Fort Worth watching, so hi, Dad. I would also like to thank my Robison, my past and present family at Robison that are here tonight. Thank you for all your support and for loving me. Even though this is a very bittersweet opportunity, they will always hold a special place in my heart. I have been very blessed to have amazing colleagues, mentors, and principals, some that are here tonight. Suzanne Thompson, Christina Cole, Kelly Trilletti, and Patty Mooney. They have definitely shaped me into the leader I am and kind of molded me, and that is why I'm standing here. I know I will make each and every one of you proud, and I look forward to the amazing opportunity to be the new principal at Swinkie. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. The next principal I'd like to introduce is Michael George, who will be the principal. Michael has his fan club over there. Michael will be the principal at Dean next school year. Michael brings with him a wealth of experience and expertise in education. He holds a bachelor's degree from Baldwin Wallace College in Ohio and a master's from Lamar University. Michael's 15-year journey in education began as a social studies teacher at Decaney High School in Spring ISD. He spent 3 years at Magnolia Junior High, where he taught history and served as a football coach. In 2015, Michael joined the Cypress-Fairbanks Independent School District. He initially taught history and coached at Salyards Middle School before transitioning to Cypress Creek High School, where he served as an assistant principal. Throughout his career, Michael has demonstrated a strong commitment to continuous growth and development as a leader, exemplified by his active participation in the Aspiring Principal Institute and other professional development opportunities. Michael and his wife, Jamie, who is a Mass CCIS at Sprague Middle School, have 2 daughters, Allie and Lauren, who attend Wells Elementary School. Michael was born and raised in Ohio, but has been in Houston for the past 15 years and is loving every minute of it, he says. In his spare time, Michael loves traveling with his family, audiobooks, coffee, football season, and just good barbecue. So please join me in extending a heartfelt congratulations to Michael George, the new principal at Dean Middle School.
Good evening, President Henry, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Killian. I'm honored to stand before you tonight to be introduced as the incoming principal of Dean Middle School. God has truly blessed me by surrounding me with amazing people in my life, both personally and professionally. To my family, most importantly, I want to recognize my wife, Jamie. She has been by my side for the past 12 years, and I would not be standing here if it were not for her patience and support. We have been blessed with our 2 beautiful daughters, Allie and Lauren. Love you, girls. I'm also thankful for the love, guidance, and support from my parents. I grew up in a small town in Ohio. My mom was a high school math teacher for over 30 years, and my father was a local pastor in the Methodist Church. Needless to say, growing up, I was unable to get away with a lot of misbehaviors. Trust me, I tried. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for keeping me on the right path. Unfortunately, my parents could not make it here tonight. My dad just had knee surgery last week, but I know they are watching back home with friends and family in Ohio. Professionally, I've had the pleasure to learn and grow from some of the finest leaders in our school district. Liz Wood, current and soon-to-be retired principal of Salyards Middle School. Thank you for giving me my first opportunity in CFISD as a U.S. history teacher and football coach. To Vicki Snookhouse, 6 years ago, you blessed me with the opportunity to serve Cy Creek as an assistant principal. I was also surrounded by a dream team of administrators, many of those who are here tonight, some of which have gone on to become principals in our great school district. Amby Clinkscale and Dr. Mike Contreras, thank you for your continued mentorship. To Mr. Martin Drayton and the current team at Cy Creek, they were well represented tonight. Thank you, sir, for this past year and your support in my growth as a leader. A team, I have loved every opportunity that we have had to serve together. There is no job in the world quite like being a high school assistant principal. Thank you for going on this ride together. Finally, to the staff, students, and community of Dean Middle School. It is readily apparent that Dean is a special place with a love for its Mustangs. I hope to carry on the tradition of service, family, and compassion that has currently been established by Mr. Pham. Thank you, sir, for your guidance of this extraordinary campus during your time. I'm incredibly grateful and thrilled to greet our staff and students when they return for the new year. Thank you.
Our last announcement, but definitely not least, is the principal of Salyards Middle School, Stacy Everson. With 28 years in education, all within Cypher ISD, Stacy brings a wealth of experience and dedication to her new role. She earned her bachelor's degree from Texas A&M University and her master's from Sam Houston State University. Stacy's journey in education began as a math teacher at Arnold Middle School, with her passion and proficiency quickly leading to promotions, including serving as an academic achievement specialist and later the director of instruction at Cook Middle School. She then transitioned to assistant principal at Goodson Middle School and later to Moore Elementary. In 2015, she was selected as principal of Berks Elementary. Her commitment to continuous professional growth is evident through her active involvement in numerous professional organizations and committees. Stacy has participated in programs like the Principal Institute, the Transformational Leadership Academy, and the NASP National Mentor Certification Program. She has generously shared her expertise by mentoring new principals and serving as a cluster leader during her tenure at Berks Elementary. Stacy and her husband have 3 daughters. Emma is a Jersey Village High School graduate, and later this week will be graduating for the University of Texas McCombs School of Business. Keely is also a Jersey Village graduate and is currently a junior at the University of Texas, also studying business. The youngest, Avery, is a junior at Jersey Village High School. When Stacy is not working, she enjoys traveling and spending time with her family and friends. Please join me in congratulating Stacy Everson as the new principal at Salyards.
Thank you, President Henry, Dr. Killian, Board of Trustees, thank you so much for this opportunity. First of all, I would just like to tell you what an honor it is to be a principal in this district. The servant leadership is just indescribable, and I have just been honored to have so many mentors and colleagues that have stood by my side through these past 9 years as principal at Berks. I now will be moving on to Salyards, and thank you so much for that opportunity as I step into that new role. Salyards, I cannot wait to continue the traditions with the Salyards community of continuing those traditions and just building upon that family that we have already in the Salyards community. So I would like to thank everyone for being here tonight. I have quite a crew here, which I am just honored to have everyone here supporting me. I want to say thank you, first of all, to my husband, Lindsay Everson, and my 2 daughters that were able to make it from home from school, one, Keely and then Avery, who's still at Jersey Village, and then my third daughter, Emma, is graduating, as Christina said, on Friday, and so she has to get her last bit of University of Texas in under her belt. So then my mom, who is also, besides my husband, my biggest cheerleader, and is also a retired employee from Yeager Elementary in Cyfair. And then my sister-in-law and my niece are also here tonight, so I just appreciate them being here as well. Then I have my Burke staff, who I just can't say enough about. When we talk about servant leadership, they are the epitome of that. They are just by my side 100%. And then I have my new Salyard staff here, several of them who have also joined. Then some of my colleagues who have just stood beside me throughout my journey. There are many listening. There are many that are here tonight. If I could go on and on with the list of everyone that supported me and just stood by my side and mentored me and loved on me throughout the years. I can't wait to, as I said, serve the Salyards community and just to continue just filling that community with the love and support and family that we have amongst everyone there, the staff, the family, the students. And so thank you again for this opportunity, and I look forward to this journey.
Congratulations to all of our principals and to our assistant soup, Mr. Hecker. We'll now proceed to our recognitions portion of the agenda. If I can get Justin and Lucas to go on the front. We'll now present our two Bringing Out the Best awards from the board. If we can bring up Ms. Graves and also Edgar Kuhiva to the front. Come to the front. Our two award winners this evening, Sophia is administrative assistant in the may have here. She served as the Office of Advanced Academics for 7 years and has been an invaluable member of the team. She goes above and beyond to serve her parents, students, and Cyfair, and does a willing heart and a cheerful attitude. She brings a wealth of experience and knowledge to her role and willing to share these with others. Sophia continually gives her time and talent to support the programs and events of the office. We're blessed to have her part of the team. Congratulations to Ms. Graves. Mr. Graves, sorry. Then Edgar from Wilburn Elementary School. Edgar is an invaluable member of the team of the elementary school. He's amazing with students and creates an atmosphere to learn technology while building relationships with those students. Edgar is very knowledgeable and helpful in solving technology issues. And when not teaching technology, he's working hard to distribute our one-to-one devices. Wilburn's social media page is filled with photos and great content Edgar has created. Mr. C brings out the best in Wilburn. Congratulations. Now turn over to Matt Morgan for his presentation.
President Henry, members of the board, Dr. Killian. Tonight we're joined by Scott Blank. Sorry. Tonight we're joined by Scott Blank, the Director of Business Development for Robbie Kisner. Robbie Kisner is an engineering consulting firm that has worked with the district for many years and been a valued business partner. They do geotech, environmental consulting, construction materials, building envelope inspections. Mr. Blank is here to present a check to Melissa McKay, a teacher at Aragon Middle School, and the coordinator of our Special Olympics program. In March of this year, Robbie Kisner hosted a fundraising event to provide support for CFISD Special Olympians. The funds presented tonight will be used to purchase new equipment for our students. We'd like to express our sincere gratitude for Robbie Kisner and Scott Blank. They could have chosen any other district in the area, but they chose Cyfair, and our children are the benefactors of that, so thank you.
Mark Williams, see here? Mark. There he comes. I'll have Julie and also Christine for this award. The board now recognizes Mark and Darlene Javar of the Javar Company as winners of the Volume Buckle for 2024 Cyfair Livestock Show. Mr. Williams.
If it would please the board, I'd like to change the format a little bit. We were going to do the students first, so that the students would be up here when we recognize the drawers. Is that okay with everyone? Okay, thank you. I apologize about that. Yes. President Henry, Board of Trustees, Dr. Killian. It is my pleasure tonight to close out our livestock show season by honoring our district champions. While the 30th annual Cypher ISD Livestock Show was held back in February, we waited until this evening to bring the champions before you to align with the honoring of our volume buyer, which is the next item on the agenda. This is fitting since the buyer we are honoring purchased projects from several of our champion students. Students, as I call your name, please come forward. I'll ask you to remain here so we can then acknowledge your family and campus support once we have the group together. Without further delay, I present to you our champions. With the grand champions, Darlene Cerner, Cypress Ridge. Angelina Smith, Cypress Ranch. Catherine Carley, Cypress Ranch. Derek Richmond, Cy-Fair. Clayton Wershek, Cy-Fair. Valerie Prez, Cy-Fair. Katie McCaslin, Cy-Fair. Katie Oken, Cy-Woods. Kaylin Fillmore, Cy Creek. Jesse Williams, Cy-Fair. Augustine Arazo, Cy-Fair. Claire Waterman, Cy-Fair. Gabriella Black, Cypress Woods. Madison Fears, Cypress Woods. Colton Porter, Cy Woods. And Corinne Fonte, Cypress Ranch. While we're here to celebrate the success of each of these students had with their projects, I would be remiss if we did not also celebrate the success of the family members and campus staff who supported these students in the process. Would any family members, ag teachers, or other campus staff of these students please stand so we congratulate you on the success of your projects? President Henry, with your permission, I would like the students to remain up front for the next agenda item. Okay. President Henry, Board of Trustees, Dr. Killian. It is my pleasure to once again honor Mike and Darlene Gerard of the Gerard & Company Incorporated as recipients of the 2024 CFISD Livestock Show Volume Buyer Award. Mr. and Mrs. Gerard, would you please come to the front? Gerard & Company has spent $90,900 at the 2024 CFISD Livestock Show, earning Mike and Darlene Gerard the title of Volume Buyer for the 17th time in the 18 years this award has been given. Countless students have benefited directly and indirectly from the generosity of the Gerards over the last 20-plus years. Students, raise your hand if one or more of your projects were purchased by the Gerards this year or in the past. There you go. Thank you. While these students represent our champions, many more students with projects in the freezer sale and even the silent auction sold their projects to Gerards Please join me in thanking Gerards for the continued support. They are making a difference in the lives of our students. Okay, students, if you want to come for... We are eternally grateful for all your assistance over the past 20 years. Thank you so much, students. Thank you again. Please mark your calendars for the 31st Annual CFISD Livestock Show and Sale taking place January 29th to February 1st, 2025. So see you in a year. Thank you.
Go and turn your mic on.
Good evening, President Henry, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Killian. It is my pleasure to present you this evening a Jersey Village High School student who has distinguished himself in speech and debate competition. Senior Nasim Aleem won a state championship in Program of Oral Interpretation, or POI. In this event, students must craft a 10-minute performance in which they create a presentation using selections from multiple genres of literature, such as prose, poetry, and drama around a central theme. About 200 Texas private and public schools of all sizes from 1A to 6A were represented at this prestigious speech tournament held in Houston in March. Because of the rigorous qualification process to even attend the TFA state competition is considered one of the most challenging in the nation. Only 80 students from around Texas qualified in POI, and out of those 80 students, Nasim placed first, bringing Jersey Village its first state championship in speech and debate since 1994. Coaching Nasim to this incredible accomplishment is Director of Forensic at Jersey Village High School, Ian Etheridge. Mr. Etheridge is a product of CFISD. He was a speech and debate student at Cypress Lakes High School and is now a diamond coach in the National Speech and Debate Association. Mr. Etheridge is both a highly organized and highly creative teacher who challenges his students to think critically and act professionally. Under his direction, the Jersey Village team is qualifying more and more students every year to state and national championships. The life lessons they learn in his classroom extend far beyond competition. Nasim, please come forward so that you can be recognized for your outstanding achievement. I would like to ask Mr. Etheridge and Nasim's family to stand to help me celebrate the accomplishments of this outstanding student. Nasim and Ian, CFISD are so proud of you and your accomplishments this year, and we are so excited to see the legacy that you're creating at Jersey Village High School.
I don't have my notes here. Who's next? So whoever's next, you may come to the podium.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Sharon Hogue, CTE Coordinator, President Henry, Board of Trustees, Dr. Killian. It is my pleasure to present to you this evening the first and second place winners from the state cosmetology competition for Skills USA in Corpus Christi, Texas on August 3 through 7, 2024. Several of these students were able to join us tonight. Students, please come up when I call your names. I will ask you to remain on the platform so we can then acknowledge your family and campus support once you're all together. From Cypress Park High School, the teacher is Darla Drake. Students who distinguished themselves are Raynell Baker, Ariana Key Rose, Jasmine Koseko, Kevin Tovar, Penelope Lozano, Ty Stringfield, and Audrey Eccles. From Cypress Lakes High School, the teachers are Danica Reyes Smoot and Jamila Anderson. Students who distinguished themselves are Madison Ortega, Caitlin Vo, Haley Gonzalez, and Jazz Marie Trimmer. From Jersey Village High School, the teachers are Natalie Galan and Levada Knox. The students who distinguished themselves are Evelyn Morales, Anais Alvarado, Arlette Juarez, Giselle Martinez, and Hannah Figueroa. The students and their teachers are to be commended for their hard work in competing in their chosen profession. As we congratulate these students, we would like their parents, friends, administrators, and teachers to please stand and be recognized.
On the podium, hit your mic. On the podium. There you go.
Welcome. Our next group of exceptional students are representing FBLA. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Good evening. It is my pleasure to present to you this evening students who have distinguished themselves at the DECA State Career and Development Conference held in Houston, Texas, February 15th through the 17th, 2024. DECA is a national career and technical student organization whose mission is to prepare emerging leaders and entrepreneurs for careers in marketing, finance, hospitality, and management. You can find chapters in high schools and colleges all over the world. DECA's core values are competence, integrity, teamwork, and innovation. It is my honor to recognize the following students who advanced to the DECA International Career and Development Conference held in Anaheim, California, April 27th through the 30th, 2024. Will the honorees come forward as I call your name? Amo Ajoy. Tim Elmore. Archita Singh. Ava Lamb. And Lena Tran. hold on, I have a lot of here. Our next group of exceptional students are representing FBLA. These outstanding students distinguished themselves at the FBLA State Leadership Conference held in Galveston, Texas, April 10th through the 12th. FBLA is a national career and technical organization whose mission is to inspire and prepare students to become community-minded business leaders in a global society through relevant career preparation and leadership experiences. These experiences bring together leadership and education to create positive working relationships through innovative business, leadership, and career development programs. It is my honor to recognize the following students who placed either first or second at the FBLA State Leadership Conference. Will the honorees come forward as I call your name? Brianna Bhakta. Adnik Thirakonda. Arnav Jain. Thank you and congratulations to all of you.
And at this time, we would like to acknowledge their administrators, their teachers, and then friends and family who are here to support you. Thank you.
President Henry, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Killian, it is a pleasure to present to you this evening industrial technology education students who have distinguished themselves by placing in one of the top 2 positions in their respective categories at the State Technology Student Association competition held in Fort Worth, April 4th through the 6th. Students from across the state were represented at this competition from middle and high school. I am extremely proud to say that as a district, we had 244 first place and 187 second place winners. Truett Middle School placed second in the state in the Middle School Division II. Jersey Village High School is the state champion in High School Division III, and Cypress Park placed second in the High School Division IV. Students, as I call your name, please remain standing at the front while we honor your advisors, parents, administrators, and take pictures. It is my honor to recognize the following students from Bridgeland High School who have placed either first or second. Alexander Hernandez. Alexandra Cardonas. Andreas Jimenez. Arnav Jain. Brady Denton. Carlos Bajorges. Navadeep Kaluri. Hussein Kitabi. Elian Alana. Jake Harrison. Caden Rossi. Kiana Wyatt. Lauren Merlot. Leighton Carlisle. Levi Simmons. Mushi Chang. Nicholas Schuster. Stephen Tomaszewski, William Montgomery, and Wyatt Hughes. As we congratulate these students for their accomplishments, we would like to say thank you to their advisors, Josh Simmons, Devin Murphy, Jesse Fuentes, Helene Kinney, David Laughlin, Alex Garcia, and Brett Leckins. We'd also like to recognize their parents and administrators for their support. It is my honor to recognize the following students from Cy-Fair High School who placed either first or second. Isaiah Montez and Isaac Zamora. We would like to say thank you to their advisors, Darian Montgomery, Sean Finn, and Clint Smith, as well as their parents and administrators. It is my honor to recognize the following students from Cypress Creek High School who placed either first or second. Alexander Garrison, Arib Khan, Desiree Nichols, Hunter Zatopik, Isabel Utai, Jaden Adams, Jeremiah Lucas, Jimmy Trong, Jose Salazar, and Stacy Trong. Thank you to their advisors, Tracy Blackman, Clyde Salzman, and Mike Daniels, as well as their parents and administrators. From Cypress Park High School, we have Sebastian Cooley. Thank you to his advisors, Bob McIntosh, Dr. Lewis Iceland, Spencer Heasley, and Cornelius Cooley, as well as his parents and administrators. From Cypress Ranch High School, we have Braden Schuler, Josh Abril, Ram Magathala, and Summit Sahu. Thank you to their advisors, Christy Grove, Heather Robinson, and Juan Lopez, as well as their parents and administrators. From Cypress Woods High School, we would like to recognize Crystal Pardo, Monica Montoya Torres, Riley Wooten, and Yoltsin Uribe. Thank you to their advisors, Samantha Lightbody, Jerry Ford, Steve Britt, and James Fonte, as well as their parents and administrators. From Jersey Village, we would like to recognize Adela Dobry and Joseph Nguyen. Thank you to their advisors, Doug Pearson, Andy Rankin, Daniel Sample, and Mark Wetstein, as well as their parents and administrators. From Langham Creek High School, we'd like to recognize Benjamin Witten, Brianna Montemayor, Dylan Logan, Fernando Casanova, Grant Derwan, Isabella Diaz, Jalen Collins, Milani Casanova, and Milani was also elected as the state reporter for Texas TSA. Natalia Wynn, Rebecca Somavarapu, and Roby Davis. Thank you to their advisors, Eleazar Alanis, Jared Carnes, and Rashad Mays, as well as their administrators and parents. From Sprague Middle School, we'd like to recognize Amanda Mujica, Hari Giant, Sham Giant, and Shui Liu. Thank you to their advisors, John Michael Lebowski and Roberto Jimenez, as well as their parents and administrators. From Truett Middle School, we'd like to recognize Bryce Bruckbauer, Kimberly Campos, Leanne Rivera, and Taylor Holland. Thank you to their advisors, Fatima Leon, Wendy Harris, and William Hunt, as well as their parents and administrators. Yeah, this is all of TSA, so if y'all will come back so we can take a picture, squeeze in. It is also my pleasure to present to you this evening a culinary arts student who competed in the FCCLA Culinary Arts State Competition in Dallas, April 12th through the 14th. It is my honor to recognize Nico Earl, a student at Langham Creek High School who attends CFISD Culinary Academy East for placing second at state. As we congratulate Nico, we would like to As we congratulate Nico, we would like to say thank you to his advisor, Randy Madrano Falcon, his parents, and his administrators.
I believe that's it? Yes. Congratulations to all of our students. It's quite an honor to make it to state, and we have so many in Cy-Fair. It's a great accomplishment. But I also want to thank the parents who drove them to different things, and also all their teachers and principals who support them along the way. I know it's a lot of work. At this time, we are going to take a 5-minute break. Anyone who would like to leave, and you're welcome to for the rest of our meeting. We have a few topics to go over. And that also gives people in the back who want to move forward, you can as well. Principals and assistants, if you mind sticking around so we can shake your hand and say thank you. All award winners, thank you very much. 5 minutes. you would take your seat, please, we're going to go ahead and begin. We'll now proceed with board comments. Board members may make comments during the agenda time on schools visited, meetings, conferences attended, district and community events. The board may not take any action on the items discussed. I will start to my right. Dustin?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for everybody in attendance. What a great way to start off our meeting tonight. That was just a tremendous celebration of all the achievements of our great students here in Cyfair. And of course, as everyone can imagine, it's been a busy time for our district, much of which deals with the budgetary challenges that are on the forefront of everybody's minds. And of course, we'll definitely be addressing that in the course of the meeting. And I'll address that too in my board comments as well. But I want to start off talking about all the good and exciting things that I got to witness and participate firsthand in our district. Hands down, the best thing about being a trustee is going to campus visits. I want to thank Principal Jeff Lecoq at Alt Elementary for the school visit and the conversation. That's one of the best things I get to do is sit down with our campus leaders and talk about, their challenges at their district and their recommendations and their insight. It's extremely valuable, and I really appreciate that. We just discussed the state of public schools. We discussed our districts, and it was awesome because he had student ambassadors who met me and walked me around the entire school and took me to literally every room in school, in the entire school, and it was a great and thorough tour. Woodward Elementary, Susan Brentz and my old friend Lori Nichols. What a great positive campus experience, and I'm really appreciative of their time and insight as well. Becky Denton, her team at Cy Falls. I got so much informational feedback just walking and talking with their team and learning about the challenges they have at their campus, the challenges all of our students are facing, and I really appreciate their insight. Lyby Middle School, Michael Contreras, Jake Robbins, they showed me all the fantastic things they're doing on their campus, and it's anybody who's been around middle schoolers, they're absolutely hilarious. I asked these guys, how do you not crack up every single day with these kids? I mean, they say and do the most bizarre and head-scratching things. It's absolutely hilarious. These middle schoolers are fantastic. My son's 14, and I can only imagine a school full of my son. And you know what? I really appreciate everything that you're doing, and these kids are hilarious, but it's so rewarding at the same time. Kayla Middle School, Joshua Carroll, I saw you here earlier this evening. I don't know if you're still here with us, but Principal Carroll and his staff and students, they had an awesome welcoming committee for us, and I got to sit in on a mock trial. Their students conducted a mock trial in Kayla County, in which we learned that Thor, yes, Marvel's very own Thor, and the fat Thor on top of that, was the culprit of the crime and went and served the time. And as you can imagine, it was an amazing, fun experience over at Kayla Middle School. Truett Middle School, Plaz Williams, Wendy Harris, they hosted myself and State Representative Lacey Hull. We had a great visit and a very informative walking and talking session as well. I want to thank Representative Hull for her support and participation. So remember when I was saying earlier how fun and exciting and just crazy these middle school kids are? Well, Truett did not disappoint. I was standing there and 7th grade lunch had let out and they were all scrambling, and one kid comes up to me and he says, "I like your style." I said, "What do you mean?" He's like, "You're looking pretty sharp today." Greatest compliment I've ever had. So thank you very much for that random compliment. I really appreciate it from the 7th grader. Another kid came up to me. This young lady came up to me. She's like, "You want to create a handshake?" Like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "Come here." Slap, slap, dab, dab, high five, and she was out. So, I mean, it's just, these guys just have such a fun, whimsical value to them, and great, and thank you everything that you guys are doing on the middle school level and across our great district as well. In addition, there were the ever-present committee meetings, 5th grade choral festival at the Berry Center that my daughter participated in as well, and the Student Tech Expo, which we learned a little bit about this evening. Special shout out to Cy Creek superstar Navya Makapati. I saw some of our Cy Creek family were here today as well. What a superstar. I got to spend some time with her and learned about her ambitious goals with e-waste, and a noble goal at that. So we've got some really, really bright minds at Cyfair, and they were on full display at the Student Tech Expo. So, it's always good to reflect on all the positives that take place every day, especially during Teacher Appreciation Week. I mean, it goes without saying how important our teachers are, how much we appreciate all that you do. I mean, we see it on full display when we do all these campus visits. And, reflecting on those positives help us put our challenges in perspective, in particular the budget challenges that we deal with. Regardless of anyone's position on the budget, we all agree it's a difficult and it's an upsetting endeavor. We're faced with a large dollar gap that's close to almost 90% of our budget is comprised of salaries, and that means that staff reductions are unfortunately unavoidable. In my career, I've been on the receiving end of what they call reductions in force, and it's a stressful and upsetting experience. It's disruptive and scary, and so I completely empathize with anyone who may not have a position with CFISD as a result of budget cuts. I've been there, and I completely empathize with it. But the positions identified to be reduced or consolidated were a collaborative district effort. The board tasked the superintendent with identifying over $60 million in cuts, which unfortunately included personnel reductions. The board did not direct any specific positions to be cut or consolidated. The positions for reduction were identified by the administration and individual school campuses. And I want to thank everyone involved with this difficult process, and I plan to support their decisions. Furthermore, the Community Budget Reduction Advisory Committee put forth several recommendations, and I expect many of them will be incorporated into the final budget, and we again appreciate their time and their input. Lastly, there's a lot of work ahead for us. The board will advocate fiercely for Cy-Fair with our local elected representatives and officials in Austin. Today, a bipartisan letter from the Cy-Fair area state reps was submitted to the TEA requesting a release of surplus funds. So things are moving and will continue to move. There will be many conversations and advocacy, much of which won't be visible, but rest assured, this is a priority for us. And I know people want the board to identify the bad actors who got us into this situation. But we're not going to point fingers, and we're not going to attack anyone, because truthfully, we all played a role in this saga. And the best course of action is to work honestly, transparently, and collaboratively with our officials in Austin, and I'm optimistic that together we'll continue to commit Texas to the future of public schools. Mr. President, those are my board comments this evening.
Thank you. Lucas?
Thank you. We will have a long meeting tonight because we have a very healthy representation from our community that wants to speak, so I'm going to not spend much time speaking. I do want to mention that, as Justin had discussed, one of the true honors of being a trustee is to visit with our schools and understand the folks that are doing the work on the front lines, many of whom are in the audience tonight. I got a chance to go visit. When we think about our visits, as a board, we said we want to visit every school in Cypher ISD this spring and in our fall semester for 2024, and we divvied up a count of schools that we would attend. Some can do more, some can do a little bit less. And then we were assigned which schools that we would attend. And so for this past month, I attended Postma Elementary School, and then I also visited with Anthony Middle School. I'll be visiting with 2 more schools this coming in about 2 weeks. During that time, I got to know Teresa Bell over at Postma Elementary School, and she is retiring. And I have to tell you that it was an amazing time with Principal Bell. She is a profound leader. Our time together, she walked me through how the students interacted with all the structure, all the systems that they had in place. I understood how our students needed to have that structure, how they needed to be reinforced, and the time that they would spend with that staff and the families with those APs from kindergarten all the way to 5th grade, and the transformation that would occur. We got some really happy moments where some kids had attained breakthrough even while I was there, doing things that they couldn't do in the prior year and the year before that. So I want to say thank you very much to our wonderful Teresa Bell, because she is now going to retire to spend more time with her family. She's having a new grandbaby, and I wish her well in that endeavor. I also had a chance to spend time with Dr. Bennett, and much like you, Dr. Bennett organized a student committee to help me understand their school, and so I had a chance to walk around and participate in the CTE classes, understand our special teacher of the year that we had last year in our language arts and Spanish, and it was amazing to watch our students interact. So thank you very much, Dr. Bennett. When we think about our district and when we think about the choices that are in front of us, please recognize that none of this was something that was not thought out. We have worked hard as an administration. We've worked hard on every single campus to figure out what is the needs of our students. And as I visited with principals throughout the spring, the resounding message is, help the principals be involved in the process so that they can communicate what is best for their communities. And that is what we did. That is exactly what we did. So our administration worked with all of our principals. They understood how to organize and how to best meet the needs of our kids. We do have to respond to the limited budget that we have. We do have to make some tough decisions, and as Justin said, I've been on the receiving end of those personally. I empathize with every one of our families that are impacted. It's no fun. However, we still must meet the high mark of bringing out the best qualities in our kids and giving opportunity to our students. And we will work hard this spring, the rest of this year, in the fall, and going forward to make sure that we hit that goal. And thank you to all of our administration, our budget reduction committee, our parents and community that came out to support us, and all of our teachers, administrators, principals, and staff at our schools that are going to be carrying that vision forward and implementing it. We will work together to get through this, and not just get through it, but to do well for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd?
Well, my back's hurting, just so you guys know, from carrying this board on school visits this month. I visited 11 schools this month. We started out at Cy Creek High School with Principal Martin Drayton. I want to tell you thank you very much for obviously the hospitality. There was about 10 students that took me around and introduced me to the different teachers and classrooms, and in addition to that, saw my first emotional support animal in Cy-Fair Independent School District. So I really appreciate the visit. In addition to that, Sprague Middle School, Elizabeth Bradley. Thank you for actually exchanging schedules with Carlton Center at such a quick notice. Mrs. Bradley does a great job at Sprague Middle School. My son actually attends that school as well, so I was able to actually see him at lunchtime. Fabulous facility out there, and the staff and faculty, just top notch. In addition to that, Blyle Middle School, Michelle Provo. I will always remember my meeting and my school visit at Blyle, because in the next for the next 22 years there will not be another solar eclipse. So I got the opportunity, and like many of you, we saw the overcast clouds. The sun actually peeked through, and we actually got to see the solar eclipse. Got to share that experience with the Blyle Middle School. So thank you very much for the hospitality. Had a lot of great conversations. Adam Elementary School was my next visit. Principal Carrie McAllister took me around the school, informed me of all the challenges and things that they deal with on a day-to-day basis. A lot of respect for the staff. I hope I didn't bore the kids with some of my dad jokes, but I did take advantage of making some of the kids laugh. Danish Elementary School was my next visit. Kelly Dalton. Kelly Dalton, the energy and enthusiasm that this lady shares, she is an absolute spitfire, firecracker, and she's, I mean, just would love to have her as my kid's principal. So showed me around. Wanted to also throw out there was actually 4th and 5th graders. They do something called the Danish Daily News. It only comes out once a week, but they do weather, sports, you name it. They have they also do the announcements. Great job from those kids, and then actually the 5th graders teach the 4th graders on how to video edit. So I felt really old and not smart. Rowe Middle School was my next visit. Stacia Carew, I want to tell her I appreciate the hospitality as well. Visited dang near every classroom in about an hour and a half. Anybody that knows me, you get me talking. It's supposed to be a 1-hour visit. I think an hour and a half has been my lightest visit so far. So thank you for Stacia and everyone at Rowe Middle School. Hemingway Elementary School at Crystal Hammond. Again, great experience over there, tremendous staff. Really appreciate the hospitality out there as well. Wells Elementary School, Cheryl Fisher. I believe she has a husband that is in the audience. Is that right? Is that Cheryl Fisher? Is that Joel Weckersley? Where's he at? He's in the back. So, Joel, I met your wife. So, she does a great job. While I was there, I got to visit the library, and there was probably 30 volunteers that were being recognized at that time. So really appreciate the volunteers that are helping out at Wells Elementary School. Millsap Elementary School, Joy Dolphin. Again, there's so many experiences. They're kind of just running together right now with so many. Maybe I'll cut it down to like eight visits next month. But great job. Again, staff, I've been very impressed with everyone that I've met so far. I finished up last Friday, Cyfair High School, Anna Martin. Walked the entire campus. They're about to have a renovation done. It's going to take about 3 years, $91 million project, and it is well time to sink some finances into that facility. Great job, Anna. Thank you so much for your hospitality. And then I finished up with Arnold Middle School and Amby Klinkscale. Awesome principal. Met a lot of teachers that actually of kids that I coached and when they were like 11, 12 years old. So very excited that I got to do that and also meet so many people. So just for those in the audience or the viewing audience, we have some amazing leaders in our school district, and I don't care what you hear. I would say, just like any other organization, we've got 85-90% is outstanding at what we do at Cyfair. I wanted to move on to obviously the comments that are going to be made tonight. Some of the comments, and for the people that I just want to kind of remind my colleagues that it is not the job of the board to be the superintendent and make day-to-day decisions. I want to also let everyone know that in addition to the amount of librarians that are being reassigned, we had 320 teachers that are going to be reassigned as well. In addition to that, we had 66 paraprofessional and support staff that are going to be reassigned. 150 district and campus level administrators and professional support staff, they're being reassigned. 60 operations and 21 maintenance positions, they're being reassigned. Of the 50 library positions that are being reassigned, 7 of them were retiring, 2 were leaving, and we had 2 open campuses during this time. Last thing I want to touch base on, for all you bookworms out there, there's a book that I read at the beginning of my career called The Greatest Salesman in the World by Og Mandino. That book changed my life. I'll never forget one of the opening chapters is greet each day with love in your heart. It takes more energy to hate than it does to love. And I can tell you this, for the people that are on this board and our superintendent, they're doing it out of love. We take a lot of knocks, we take a lot of hits, some deserved, some not so deserved. But I can't stand silent when good men and good women are being attacked for no reason. We're trying to do the best that we can. We listen to the committees that are put together, and we hired our superintendent to do a job. And I'm very proud to sit up here with every single one of you, and I really appreciate you. And Doug, you're doing a fantastic job. I know it's difficult. Keep your chin up. Those are my board comments for the night.
Thank you. Natalie?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you to everyone for your interest in Cyfair. All voices are welcomed and valued. Public education is critical to a strong community. I'm fully dedicated after serving 30 years and volunteering my time in this role to making sure that CFISD is the best choice for every student. Budget cuts are difficult. As a principal, I needed every position in my building and more. There was never enough staff members. There were never enough staff until every child could read, every child could do math on level, and every child was college and career ready to go into a 4-year or 2-year degree, to trade school with a certificate to enter a career. Until that was true, there were never enough staff members. So I definitely understand the challenge that this is for everyone in the system. We will all have to face these budget cuts with resiliency and creativity. And I'm pleased that we are in such a situation where it's a layoff situation and not somewhere where we're having to rift people at this point in the budget decisions. Based on data that was provided to our teacher ad hoc board committee on recruitment and retention of teachers, during the 22-23 school year, we had 1,142 teacher positions, teachers that resigned from our system. This means that even with these ability to take in our staff members and make sure everyone still has a place in CFISD, we still will need to recruit more teachers. And so hopefully we always, even just the excellence today with our students and our staff up here, that people will understand this is the best place to come and work. All districts are facing budget cuts, and Cypher will do it better and will still be the premier place to come and work. I would like to thank, I had several campus visits. Dean Middle School and Bain Elementary both are receiving new principals. They seem like they're going to be just perfect. At Dean, there was such a great student-centeredness, and there was really an effort to make sure every student was known and felt known and cared for, and had a really sweet little spirit of humor around it. And at Bain Elementary, they were so creative in their structures for doing interventions for the students and making sure that they didn't miss out on things such as PE and art and music when they were really spending time during the school day getting interventions for reading and math. And so those were really great practices, and I commend those leaders who've been there, and I'm really excited to see what our new leaders that were announced today can do at those campuses. I also really appreciated, I got to go out to Side Creek twice this month, that was invited to a poetry reading in the NAC classroom, and then also just really enjoyed getting to see an Algebra 1 team that is outperforming in the school district. And while I was there, I learned about a new data point that would actually help us for setting our goals for the district, because it was really looking at the growth of students over time in algebra, and so I commend that team. And I know why. There was a picture today with me getting pied in the face, and you know what? I will pie in the face for kids to learn algebra and to celebrate a real good team. This Algebra 1 Carnival is something they do each year, and you know, there's a lot of fun activities that keep kids motivated, but they literally reteach the skill right on the spot. The student gets one-on-one help from an expert, a teacher, right there to learn the last skills that they need to polish up before their EOC. But more than that is the spirit of that school. 100 prizes, nice prizes, are gathered up, teacher teams, everyone. I saw them running up to the lady in charge, Ms. Teresa, who's actually here, like, oh, I've got another gift for the kids. And so really just celebrating students, but more than that, also the way that team operates together. They're a true team. They enjoy each other. They love their students. They know intimate details about their cares and their goals and their needs and their concerns. And so I just congratulate that team for being so excellent for students. And that's why I can see why the achievement's there. That's a magical combination. So thank you, Side Creek, for hosting me. I want to congratulate our retirees. I got to attend the retiree banquet, and people had worked since the 70s in the school district. It was the longest generation, and the kids who performed were really great to just punctuate that event. Also, the VIPS Appreciation Luncheon, tables and tables full of people who donate and give their time to the district. And in times like this in budget cuts, we so are going to rely on every last volunteer, every last person to be able to give us time and to continue to support our schools. So thank you to our VIPs, and thank you to the VIPs board and those who put that event on. It was a really honoring event. I also want to mention today I got to go to the luncheon, and I thank you for the invitation to Cypher. That's an association of retired educators. Those educators are special. They don't stop. So they may be retired, but they really, to sum up, they gave over 48,265 volunteer hours to our school district. And if you put a value, there's a $31.94 per hour. That was $1.5 million worth of time. And they continue to do community support in food, and they work on children book donations and adopt a campus even. So I just really appreciate the Cypher group so much that I'm going to join. I'm very excited, and I thank them for that invitation. And also just want to mention just advocacy is important from our role. And so I am not sure yet, but I would thank the group that's organizing a Southeast Texas Education Coalition, where school districts in the area can look for common solutions and positive ways to address our needs in the region. And also the GCAASB, the Gulf Coast Area Association of School Boards, another place where we can brainstorm and collaborate with other districts in the area to see how we all find positive solutions to our issues. And I just want to thank school nurses and our police officers in this month where we celebrate them. Such critical roles. As a principal, I knew a lot of things about instruction, but I knew nothing about a kid who needed a defibrillator or a student who was coding. So I thank a school nurse, the fact that we know that we can take care of the other things because there's someone there who can take care of the health crises. And our police officers, safety is job one, so we can do our main job, which is educating children. So we thank our police department for their service. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine?
Good evening, Cypher. It's been a very busy month, and I wanted to start out by saying thank you to all of our teachers, librarians, paras, cafeteria, maintenance, facilities, and district staff, and our administrators. You have blessed our students, and I wanted to clear up some rumors or stories that have been going around the district. The Superintendent Fund Run does not fund the district. It funds scholarships. The VIPS luncheon was underwritten by generous sponsors, and so most of the costs were covered by VIPS partners, not the district. We are not closing school libraries. No one has been fired, no one has been laid off. People are moving to other positions, and all kids will have access to our school libraries. The board members and Dr. Killian and his cabinet have worked tirelessly with state legislators and the TEA to address our budget shortfall. We can only base the budget on what we know, not what we guess we will be able to produce with the revenue-generating ideas that have been submitted. There are a lot of fabulous ideas that they have come up with, and I look forward to us implementing as many of those as possible. I want to thank everyone that worked on the Budget Reduction Advisory Committee and the people who submitted ideas in all areas. Just to recap, our transportation costs have increased 20% since 2019. Student devices, 33%, general insurance, 72%, construction costs, 35%, food service, 25%, health insurance, 44%. I also wanted to take a moment and remind everyone that as we've been working hard to address the budget crisis, it's not unique to Cy-Fair. Many school districts out of the 1,200 across the state are facing similar situations. We've asked the governor, the state legislature, and the TEA to work with us on getting the budget crisis resolved. We will continue to work with our elected officials to address the problems we are facing. I wanted to borrow some comments from Debbie Blackshear, who I replaced in this last election. Debbie reminded us to be respectful and kind. Comments that are personal attacks on individuals are not merited and should not be happening. We all want Cy-Fair to succeed. We may have different views on how to get there, but we should never stoop so low as to stalk, harass, bully, or belittle people. We should try to model this for our students in Cy-Fair every day because they are watching the adults in this room and in every campus in our district. We want to be prime examples, shining examples to our students. Now on to better things. I had a lovely visit with Kelly Gerletti at A. Robison Elementary and was greeted by a lovely group of STUCO, Student Council students who were so kind and hospitable to show me around their great campus. Principal Gerletti believes that instilling leadership and a love for learning is what will make her rockets really go. I visited Kirk Elementary with Principal Katie Ford, and wow, what energy and what a great visit. The Mighty Tigers are working continuously on improvement, teacher collaboration, and helping all students to excel. I had an amazing visit with Dr. Tracy Bennett at Horn Elementary and was even greeted by their amazing mascot hound dog, who I happened to go to high school with, so that was a lot of fun. Dr. Bennett is focusing on the Fundamental 5 with focus on literacy and capturing kids' hearts. I wanted to thank Toshiba for adopting Horn. We appreciate your support. I had another amazing visit with Principal Liz Wood, who is retiring from Salyards. And what a great, talented group of students and faculty that the Bengals possess. They're humble whether they win or lose, and they always focus on academics, art, and athletics. I was also able to attend Congressman Wesley Hunt's Congressional Art Contest. We want to congratulate Bridgeland High School sophomore Ellen Tijen, Bridgeland junior Shane Laird, and Cypress Woods High School sophomore Valana West, who had all of their works showcased out of the 5 submitted by Cy-Fair for the contest. I also was able to attend the audiovisual showcase, and that was an amazing, amazing experience. The videos were touching, poignant, well-crafted. We have such talented students in our district, and I thank the teachers who've helped them with that. I also was able to attend the VIPS luncheon. The entertainment was amazing. The story shared is very inspiring. And I also was able to attend the Cy-Fair Retired Educators Luncheon today. What a great group of ladies. I hope that they will, and some gentlemen too, I hope that they'll come back and serve as substitutes in our district. So that is my board comments.
Thank you. Julie?
Thank you. Since the last board meeting, it has been a busy month. I made 3 official campus visits to Watkins Middle School, Cypress Park High School, and Thornton Middle School. School events that I attended were the Cy Creek Algebra 1 Carnival. I had lunch at Langham Creek High School to celebrate Staff Appreciation Day. I attended the Cy Ridge Volunteer Appreciation Luncheon that was catered by culinary arts students, including Chef Nico, who received an award at tonight's meeting. I went to the last game for Coach Cedeno, who coached baseball at Langham Creek High School for 32 years and has the most wins for any CFISD baseball coach. It was wonderful seeing past students and staff members and families come and celebrate and share their stories and connections. I attended the Cy Falls High School Dance Spring Show, where I got to cheer for 4 of the students that I'm currently mentoring at Cy Falls. I attended the Brodingham Center Student Leadership Impact Project at Cypress Assistance Ministries, and I tried to catch the Cy-Fair High School baseball game on Friday night, but I just missed it, so I caught the beginning of the Cy Springs Senior Celebration instead. District events that I attended are the 5th grade choral festival at the Berry Center, the Student Ed Tech Expo at the Berry Center, where thousands of students from elementary, middle, and high school shared their projects for robotics, coding, architecture, construction. It was truly an incredible gathering of some of the unique programs that we offer to our students from kindergarten through 12th grade. It's not just the future, it is right now, and I'm proud of the investments that we are making in EdTech in our district. I attended the Redefining 420 at the Berry Center. This was an opportunity for the district to share resources to parents regarding drug use, substance use, treatment, safe gun storage, and local mental health counseling. Thank you to the CFISD Guidance and Counseling Department, the Cy-Fair Mental Health Intervention Team, and to our Police Department Outreach Services for sharing those resources with our parents. I attended the art exhibit at the VPAC next door. It's the 3rd of 4 exhibits where we are showcasing artwork from elementary school through high school by feeder pattern. I encourage you to attend. There's one more art exhibit coming this year. The middle school region choir concert. I attended for the last 2 Saturdays the mobile library. We have a mobile library that provides books, access to books to students closer to home. It may be in a parking lot, at a church, it may be in a community center, but thank you to the Cy-Fair ISD librarians who staff the mobile library. I hope that this is something that will be continued over the summer on a weekly basis as it has in the past. I also attended the retirement banquet and the Future Educators Signing Day. So it's in the same week, we said goodbye to people who had retired from our district, and then we said welcome to students who are graduating this year and going to college to become teachers. And then we let them know that they are welcome to come back and do their student teaching here and to interview to be teachers. That's part of our Grow Your Own program to assist with our teacher recruitment efforts. I also attended the VIPS Appreciation Luncheon and the AVP Showcase as well. District meetings I attended were the Superintendent Student Leadership Council, Special Education Parent Advisory Committee, the District Educational Improvement Committee, and then the Community Leadership Council meeting today. I attended the Cy-Fair Spring Luncheon today with our retired employee friends, and then I also weekly mentor students at Cy Falls, Cy Ridge, and Cy Park High Schools. Moving on, I want to thank all those who have advocated by sending emails and calling your state reps and the TEA commissioner regarding the $30 million reimbursement for half of the loss in state aid due to our local homestead exemption. I'm grateful that Representative Harless personally called to ensure me that he is encouraging the commissioner to do the right thing with the TEA's very large surplus. It is in the commissioner's hands to take action. In the past week, board members were instructed to not focus on fixing blame, but I would ask, shouldn't we hold our elected officials accountable just as our community is holding us accountable? I want to address some of the concerns that have been raised as our community has become more aware of the financial crisis in our district and across Texas. First, some have suggested that the deficit has been hidden or masked due to the use of federal ESSER funds to fill the budget gap over the last few budget cycles. While it is true that ESSER funds, which were made available to address increased cost and learning loss within our student population, has filled a significant portion of the deficit for the last 3 years, the district has been very clear about that in multiple public board meetings. CFISD spread the available ESSER funds after the state supplanted the first round of federal funds from us. We spread those funds across 3 years in order to be fiscally conservative and responsible with the funds and to avoid this financial crisis sooner. Second, many have asked why the prior board didn't see this coming and address it before this year. The current financial issues have been discussed in every budget meeting held by the board since 2021. Those of us who have served on the board for the past 2 to 3 years have been well aware of the financial crisis approaching this year. District leaders and local community advocates like the Community Leadership Committee have gone to Austin to advocate for additional funding for years. We have tried to impress upon our local legislative delegation that funding at 2019 levels is not sufficient, that the state has grossly underfunded special education, imposed unfunded mandates for school safety, and that our state aid has been reduced because we have provided property tax relief through the local optional homestead exemption. Unfortunately, those efforts have mostly fallen on deaf ears, as some of our local legislators have focused their attention on vouchers and culture war issues instead of the constitutional duty, per Article 7 of the state constitution, to provide suitable provision for the support and maintenance of public schools. Setting that aside, could prior boards have made some budget and policy decisions over the past 2 years to lessen the impact of the state's dereliction with respect to that constitutional duty? The short answer is yes. The longer answer is that, as you can see now, these difficult decisions have a significant financial and emotional impact on students, parents, teachers, librarians, and other employees within CFISD and on the community itself. Could the board have reduced the local optional homestead exemption? Yes. In my 4.5 years on the board, it has not been the will of board members to do so. The board had the option to reduce the local optional homestead exemption in order to increase the actual state aid we received, but that option has now been removed by the state legislature until 2028. The reason past boards have kept it is that the vast majority of our employees live within the district and benefit from the reduction in their property taxes. I accept responsibility for the part that I have played as a board member. I should have been more vocal about the local optional homestead exemption. I recall during the 2021 budget discussion, I reached out to a fellow, more experienced board member on this issue when we foresaw the coming financial crisis, and he shut me down using harsh and inconsiderate words. But it was still my responsibility to speak up, and I own it. More recently, yes, we could have cut positions or bus service last year, as we waited for the state legislature to release the $4 billion allocated in the state budget to public schools. That never happened, even after multiple special sessions. But then, thousands of students would have lost their bus service a year earlier, and people would have been reassigned a year earlier. Could employees have not received a pay raise last year? Yes, but we would still have had a substantial deficit and face losing teachers and employees to other school districts and to private employers. Could new revenue opportunities have been explored earlier? Yes, but with unknown financial impacts, and we would still have a deficit budget today. Cypress-Fairbanks has earned the highest financial integrity rating from the state of Texas for many years because of our very high rate of efficiency, our low administrative ratio, and our healthy fund balance. As a reminder, despite starting each of the past 3 years with a deficit budget, our fund balance remains healthy today due to the sound financial management by our CFO and this cabinet. Because of our fund balance, we can access some funds to address this year's deficit, but that will most likely not be an option for next year. I ask that our community not only hold this board accountable, but to also hold our elected and appointed state officials accountable, not just today and not just on social media, but also by being an informed voter and using your voices at the polls and in person during the legislative session next year. Finally, I want to end with, I am so proud of Cypress-ASD. We have a legacy of educational excellence, and we have a legacy of being a strong community. So I encourage us to stay together. These are very hard times. We have been through hard times before, and we're going to get through this again as long as we stick together. I'm so proud of our students and the teachers and educators who pour into our kids. I look forward to celebrating them as they cross the stage for graduation, and I thank you for your time tonight.
I want to thank again our principals, our new principals, and our new assistant superintendent, and all of our award winners. Congratulations to all of you. Like all of the other board members, I've been involved in quite a few activities. I won't go into all the details for time's sake, but I do want to highlight a couple of them. Was retirement banquet we went to. It's so wonderful to hear the 30-year vets that are retiring and all the reminiscent of the invaluable contributions our retired members made, the incredible mark they left on our schools. Their presence will be deeply missed, and their legacy will endure. Another event was the Teacher Signing Day. Witnessing the enthusiasm of so many young graduates embarking on a journey in the field of education was truly inspiring. And I'm also thrilled to report that numbers have significantly increased from last year. That is a testament to the dedication of our educators, delivering on the support they've received along the way. To all the teachers and mentors who shape the future of these inspiring educators, we extend our heartfelt gratitude. We also invite you to come back and work for Cy-Fair in the future. In addition to that, I've had the privilege of engaging in meaningful conversations with elected officials, advocating tirelessly for the needs of our district. Just last week, I had a very productive conversation with a representative from the governor's office, articulating our concerns and outlining our priorities. Similarly, in previous weeks, I've had a very fruitful conversation with state reps from various districts across Texas, garnering support for critical issues such as safety and our other programs for full funding. They're very receptive to our cause. In fact, they even brought up our SHARS issue with me when I had my conversation. And I've especially, their resolution to fix these issues, especially the homestead exemption issue, is very promising. While it's tempting, I think, to criticize officials, I believe it's best to have constructive dialogues that yields far meaningful results. In fact, last time we visited Austin, despite the initial hesitations from one local officials, due to the leverage, they ultimately met with us and had a very productive meeting. This just reinforces the importance of maintaining a positive and respectful dialogue, even in the face of our differences. It's imperative that we remain at the table, actively influencing decision makers and fostering positive change within our community. Moving forward, this board remains steadfast in our commitment to securing full funding for all of our programs and addressing the local homestead exemption gap. We're dedicated to producing solutions with professionalism and optimism, knowing that our collective efforts will pave forward a brighter future for all of us. Now, as we anticipate the upcoming graduations, which for me, look forward to very much, I want to celebrate the remarkable achievements of our 9,000 seniors and the countless opportunities that lie ahead. Their resilience, determination, and the spirit that serve as a beacon of hope for generations to come. Together, let's continue to support and empower our students as they embark on a new chapter of lives. Thank you. We'll now proceed with citizen participation portion of the agenda. I'll turn this over to our board secretary, Justin Ray, to continue.
Per BED Local, patrons may address the board during the regular board meeting under citizen participation on any matters of interest or concerns that are not posted agenda items. Individuals may only register to speak one time per meeting and must register in advance. Just a reminder, patrons who registered to speak this evening may see the order of names listed on the screen behind me. Before your name is called, please move forward and sit in one of the 2 reserved seats in the front row. Due to the volume of speakers, comments will be limited to 1 minute this evening. Our first speaker this evening is Tara Cummings.
Our 6 self-identified conservative trustees do not serve the best interest of CFISD. Henry, Blasingame, and Kalmbach explicitly support school choice. Last year, Mr. Henry played hooky from a CFISD committee meeting to attend Abbott's Little Voucher Rally. Collectively, they've repeatedly placed their anti-public ed pals on multiple district committees to include the Budget Committee. They've supported book banning efforts, led by none other than Lucas Scanlon's wife. Mr. LeCompte has been obsessed with false claims about porn in our libraries. And I just gotta say, methinks the trustee doth protest too much. That's Shakespeare. All 6 of them have accepted partisan donations from folks actively attacking public schools. They are friendly with and vote for elected officials who repeatedly work against public education. And so we do not trust them. But they can change their ways. They can earn our trust. They can truly serve the best interest of CFISD, and they can start tonight.
Jennifer Chanette.
I have some questions about community members on committees. Terry donated over $10,000 to the new board members campaign. He's now on the Budget Reduction Committee. Clyde is also a member. He sent his 4 kids to private school. He publicly harasses women on Facebook. I cannot count the number of women who have had to block him. He harassed 4 of the women who ran in the last election. I think Todd nominated him. Bethany Scanlon was appointed to SHAC by Natalie. So was a woman who lives in Tomball. Bethany is also on the library committee, thanks to Natalie again. She single-handedly attempted to ban multiple books at our schools. Todd was randomly selected for that committee. He attended one of Bethany's meetings to learn how to submit book banning requests. Now here we are, 18 months later, and we are losing more than half of our librarians. Can you connect the dots? I can't wait to see the details about the new board policy committee. I'm sure there will be total transparency with that one, right? Several board members love to scream about transparency, unless it's about them.
Olivia Penrod.
High school board members, librarians are important to me. They've helped me find my voice, and I want to see theirs protected. They've helped me find books that got me through some tough times and represented me. They've encouraged my love of reading and pointed me to genres that I wouldn't even have thought about. They've helped me feel safe and feel like I could talk to them whenever I needed. Because of the budget cuts, I worry about how often I'll be able to access the library with our remaining librarians' time being split between 3 campuses. We have already had attacks on the content in the library. Now you're recognizing the people who have helped curate that content. I worry about how this will affect me academically, and I wish you would rethink reorganizing their positions. Thank you.
Mindy Penrod.
Good evening. So it's been said before, we need librarians. They empower, they encourage, and they create safe spaces for growing critical thinkers. It bears repeating, they're the heart of our schools. Please find another way to reorganize your staff to make this a little bit easier on them and everybody, and all the teachers as well. With the budget cuts already ruining our reputation, the 1% to 2% raise really isn't helping the morale, and it's not going to really attract new teachers. And as many in the librarian face group have said, keep the money so we can keep the staff. Instead of blaming the spending on previous boards, we should be looking to Greg Abbott. We all know he's holding our tax dollars hostage over vouchers on purpose. This was the game plan all along. To those on the board supporting this scheme, you're advocating dismantling everything down to the very positions you hold. Do better. Thank you.
Allie Fitzpatrick.
The funding crisis created by Governor Abbott's quest for vouchers is being enabled by your continued silence, lies, and admitted refusal to be transparent about what, if any, actions you're actually taking at the state level to demand the funding of our public schools that we are entitled to. There has been a distinct lack of transparency regarding the most recent staff reductions, as well as the plan for future reductions. Our community deserves an immediate, comprehensive, and transparent disclosure on what your plans are for staffing cuts, the timing of said cuts, and the projected impact on our students and remaining staff. The lack of transparency has eroded trust and morale within the district and has enraged parents as we watch you sit back in smug silence, claiming you're doing all you can but offering no proof while our schools are being held hostage. Say Abbott's name and demand he fund our schools. And to Dr. Macias, I will just say, shame on you.
Your time is up. Please conclude your remarks.
For how you treated our librarians.
Christina Woods.
Good evening. Whether you as a trustee or a Seven Mountain mandator, an unabashed Christian nationalist, or someone who has hitched your star to one or the other to advance your political career, you are part of the problem. You're part of the problem because you have the ear of the governor and our pro-voucher and not so pro-public ed state lawmakers, and still we have a devastating budget shortfall. You all, with the exception of Trustee Heineman, are in those positions because of a party that wants to end public ed in Texas. So it's not hard to assume you support what is happening in the district. One also has to consider that this is part of a national movement to return public schools to separate but equal. Remember Plessy versus Ferguson that enshrined racial segregation segregation in this country until Brown v. Board, almost 60 years later, struck it down and held that racial segregation of children in public schools violated the 14th Amendment, and yet our district delayed integrating schools until it was federally mandated in 1967. That's 13 more years Black students were denied their constitutional right to an equitable education in our district.
Your time is up. Please conclude your remarks.
We don't trust you, and we're ready for the fight.
Joshua Allen.
This past weekend, I was with friends who have a child that is a former Cyfair student. He was listening to us discuss the outcome of this fake funding crisis created by Abbott's ridiculous voucher campaign and expressed utter shock and sadness at the idea of the schools he had previously attended without dedicated librarians. This interaction drove home for me a fundamental truth. Strong public education for all children is foundational to any great country and our community. I ask the board, do you really truly feel the same way? We should not be trading librarians and other staff for teacher raises. It's simply not necessary. It's time for each of you to show us that you're here because you fundamentally believe in quality public education. I implore you, bring out your best. Stand up to legislators and demand that our schools get the funding that they deserve.
Michelle Marshall.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent. My name is Michelle Marshall, and I am a very proud CFISD employee who is grateful for your dedication. However, I am concerned about the lack of transparency and respect for our educators. Clear goals and resource alignments are crucial, especially regarding recent announcement on budget cuts, including staff positions, all while having a job fair seems a little puzzling. The Brock Committee lacked inclusive representation, hindering informed decisions. Having been in education since 1996, I understand teaching challenges, and especially post-COVID. We are all facing these cuts throughout Texas, and for Cyfair to stay attractive to other educators, we need to continue to address our school calendar, our attendance policies, as we know our parents need to get those kids back into school. That is a part of our problem. And school hours needs to be addressed. All of these are vital. While a 4-day week may not be feasible, exploring
Your time is up. Please conclude your remarks.
Okay, and then we could implement Chromebook insurance that could raise over $2.3 million.
Please conclude your remarks. Your minute is up. Thank you.
I will email those to you.
Chris Schweigert.
Why would Todd LeCompte appoint a man who is a cyberstalker and a known harasser of women, myself and a member of this board included, to the BRAC? Does he agree with his behavior? Was his appointment to the BRAC some kind of attaboy for his heinous actions? Lucas Scanlon continues to violate my First Amendment rights and the rights of many others. Why? Does he believe the First Amendment only applies to certain people? Justin Ray claimed I made him feel sexualized in a post on social media. He offered no context and no proof. Why? Did he think I would admit to something I didn't do? A known associate of Natalie Blasingame has verbally assaulted and harassed me and my friends. Why? Is it because we have exposed her lies? The voting public needs to pay attention. Is this what you all think I deserve for posting factual information on social media? I did not run for school board. I'm a parent and a stakeholder. That is all. As trustees, you now represent all of CFISD, not just your special interests.
Francis Ramirez-Ramiro.
Good evening, all. I'd like to start out by saying Happy Teacher and Staff Appreciation Week. We love you. At last week's board work session, our community has had the opportunity to express feedback on the district's proposed budget cuts. We all know who's responsible for putting our school districts in this devastating situation. So the question now is, what can we do to turn this around? For the short term, I was going to ask that everyone here send letters to their state representatives to help us in recouping some of the lost revenue due to the optional homestead exemption and ask for those funds from the TEA. But I'm happy to report that a bipartisan letter went out today to the commissioner asking for assistance in trying to get some of those funds back for our district. So let's consider that almost a win. But for the long term, I want to ask everyone here to keep this fire burning, to keep this momentum going, because the legislature meets again in January of 2025
Your
for the
time
next
is up.
session.
Please conclude your
and
remarks.
we need to keep this conversation at the forefront. Thank you.
Stacy McKay. Stacy McKay. Maggie McCartney.
Good evening. I am the daughter of a CISD teacher and the mother of 2 CFISD children. While the fight to change minds at the state level is a valid and necessary fight, I would like to make sure we do not lose sight of another fact. It is not by coincidence that librarian positions were the primary ones targeted by this board, several of whom ran on the erroneous and offensive platform that removing books that promote diversity and inclusion. No one paying attention believes that cutting librarian positions was the only or even best option you could make, just like no one paying attention believes the quest to remove books is about protecting children. We know that this decision was part of a targeted attack on books that might teach children to think and learn in ways that you, the board, are uncomfortable with. As the parent of a CFISD child, this decision does not give me freedom or choice. We see through the flimsy rhetoric we are being fed at all levels, and we will remember it when it is time to vote you out.
Allison Collins.
I'm a product of Jersey Village High School and mom to a third grader at Copeland Elementary who cried real tears when he learned about what's happening to our librarian, Miss Russell. This is them at Trunk or Treat, just one of many examples of how she fosters a love of reading in our youngest and most impressionable students. The data is clear. Cultivating a love of reading is critical to the long-term academic success of our students. There are very few things we can point to that are as impactful as getting kids reading as early and as actively as possible. That's why our librarians have master's level degrees and specialized certifications. Their work requires specialized skills because it's the type of work that actually makes a difference in the long-term success of our community. This is not the type of work that can be done by a paraprofessional. This is my son with Trixie, a specially trained library dog who encourages our students' love of reading. Trixie is one of the most special parts of our campus, but we all know that it's actually her human, Miss Russell, who makes all this possible. Can anyone on this board justify cutting such a critical role when childhood literacy is at stake? Raise your hand if you feel that student literacy should not be at the very top of our priority list. Is that what we're willing to give up because of a political game?
Your time is up. Please conclude your remarks. Alicia Kraft. Alicia Kraft. Andrea Love. Andrea? Okay.
My name is Andrea Love, and I am a product of the Cypress District as well as my children and now my grandchildren. I am currently a paraprofessional in the district. We are greatly undervalued in our positions. We work hard to help the teachers because we want to ensure that our students succeed in every aspect of their education. Giving us a 2% raise is barely enough to cover the cost of inflation and rising insurance. My husband and I are both diabetics, and the cost of our medication is ridiculous. We switch off going to the doctor and getting the medication that we need. If we knew that these funds and cuts were coming, why did we not take steps in advance to offset these cuts so that the district would not be in this situation? If we can pay athletes and entertainers millions of dollars, we could at least give teachers and paraprofessionals what they really deserve to be paid. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Caleb Holmes.
My name is Caleb Holmes. I'm the student body secretary at Cypress Ranch High School, and I'm one of the many students who will be affected by the CFISD budget cuts that they are forced to make. Not only will I be affected, test scores, reading capabilities, and post-educational readiness will also drastically decline. Now, I can't in good faith place the blame wholeheartedly on our trustees because I've had the debate with local statewide officials about education, and I know the root cause of the issue. Now, I have been a supporter of the Texas Legislative, and I have the pleasure of working with many of our legislators, but a line must be drawn at some point. And my line is drawn when the future of our nation, the future of our state, and the future of public education becomes a term of negotiation and not the pillar of our great state. Thank you so much.
Chase West.
My name is Chase West, and I'm Representative Schofield's opponent in November. As Cyfair ISD is facing a $73.6 million deficit next year, I'm here to offer a solution to Dr. Killian and the board regarding the unnecessary loss of nearly half of the district's librarians and how to regain the trust in the eyes of the community. Dr. Killian, as we have not met, I have nothing against you personally, professionally, or politically. I believe you were stuck in a situation similar to having $5 at a convenience store, intending to buy a large soda and a bag of chips. You get to the counter and the soda alone is $4.50. You have no choice but to put something back. Well, this is your chance to become a hero or history in this district. To be the hero, you will publicly demand Greg Abbott call a special session immediately with the intention of funding public schools without vouchers. You may not succeed, but you will show the community that you are actively seeking other solutions and willing to use your position to our benefit regardless of personal or political cost. Thank you for your time.
Abdi Salan Ali.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Abdi from Cypress Park High School. I'm a senior. Firstly, I would like to emphasize the government that was elected to represent us, the people, have failed. Holding funds that would benefit the people as a whole to put more money to those private sectors is appalling. We must vote them out as soon as possible, or the Lone Star State's public education is no more. Actually, the whole nation's public education is no more. Secondly, our district's motto is every child, every day. Please, the board, I urge you to remember this when you are taking out our librarians. I personally was affected by librarians. I learned English through a librarian, so these people are very, very valuable. Thank you very much. Vote for education for all. Thank you.
Kendall Clarkson.
Good evening. My name is Kendall Clarkson, and I'm currently a pre-K teacher at McGowan Elementary. I wanted to offer the board and the public an inside look into my pre-K collaborative classroom. We have a large number of students with varying needs and abilities, and the number is still growing. Half of our class is high-need early childhood special education students, also known as ECSE. This being said, we see on a daily basis how the funds for ECSE help our students when they are properly allocated. Dr. Killian, please know that I'm not here to complain, but rather to encourage you to speak up and call on Governor Abbott to release the funds for special education students. I see firsthand how a nonverbal child with autism can improve and interact with their peers simply by having access to the proper resources. Please don't let these special education students fall through the cracks. They deserve the attention and care that these funds can provide. I am a proud CFISD teacher, but I strongly believe that change can happen when we speak up for what we believe in. Thank you so much.
Sophia Lowe.
My name is Sophia Lowe, and I'm a student at Cyfair High School. I am devastated not just by the loss of my librarian, but also the loss of my college and career specialist. Ms. Stockton is responsible for so much of my success, and I would not be where I am today without her. It baffles me how you can shake my hand and pose for pictures while at the award ceremonies made possible by her, and then jeopardize her position. How you can wish me well on my college journey and congratulate me on the opportunities I've taken, only to steal them from the next class of kids. Your job is to provide us with the best learning environment possible, yet our educational and emotional support systems are continuously attacked, and we are robbed of the resources we need to thrive. The decisions being made by our governor, senators, TEA commissioner, and the CFISD Board of Trustees are stunting us, both academically and inspirationally. I'm tired of the supposed efforts to improve student mental health while the district abandons programs like No Place for Hate, underfunds our arts, and removes our most influential mentors. Your inaction, cowardice, and poor prioritization will only serve to sabotage all that CFISD stands for. Your decisions do not currently have our best interests at heart, and I plead that you use your power to give my fellow peers and I the future we deserve. You have the ability. Call for a special session.
Dylan Carroll. Dylan Carroll. Julie Long.
The Jesus I believe in didn't differentiate between homeowners and apartment renters. He advocated for the struggling, the orphans, those with less, for all people. But in Texas, people have voted for Greg Abbott, and he's doing the exact opposite. He's holding hostage a state funding surplus greater than the annual budget of 24 states. He's been purchased with silver pieces, promising to spend public dollars on private schools where it's hard for a kid like mine, an English language learner, to get in. And believe me, we tried. We're so grateful we chose to enroll her in public schools instead, where she has access to counselors and interventionists, librarians and specialists. Now all of these positions are on the chopping block. So when Greg Abbott said that adoption had allowed him to experience unparalleled joy in his life, I can say our family's done that too. It's time we allow thousands of children to experience the shared, immeasurable joy of the massive state surplus release for public school funding. Boards, stand up to him. Stop attending his events. Fight for all the children.
Your time is up. Please conclude your remarks.
Fund public school immediately.
Luke Beasley. Luke Beasley.
Good evening. My name is Luke, and I am a junior at Cypress Ranch High School, and I'm currently serving as the student body president. With all due respect, I'll be blunt. CFISD, for a lack of better terms, needs to stop practicing safety theater. Practically and realistically speaking, clear backpacks do absolutely nothing, and in fact, garner more negative than positives. Since the implementation, I have not seen any statistic of drastic decreases in violence on CFIC campuses. It unironically takes an IQ of 5 for students to sneak firearms and weapons on our campuses, even with the new regulations. Whether it's through lunch boxes that conveniently aren't clear, athletics bags, or hiding the firearms in between items within the clear backpacks. The singular benefit is the creation of a false hope within our staff. In reality,
Your time is up. Please conclude your remarks.
do better, CFIC.
Lisa Abuka.
First, I want to say Happy Teacher Appreciation Week to all of our educators and staff too. All of your hard work, dedication, and compassion is not unnoticed. Thank you. Second, I am asking for more transparency from this elected body. I attend these meetings to be an informed citizen, yet that task is next to impossible. All we get before a meeting is this piece of paper. Then I have to speak about a topic before I know anything about it. We also don't see what is in the board packet until after minutes are approved. Third, where is the meeting of the public? One thing we do not have is a way to network with fellow adults from our kids' schools to be able to support each other, exchange ideas, and advocate for the things our schools need. Please look into making these improvements.
Monica Hatfield.
My name is Mo Hatfield, and I am a student at Cyfair High School. Recently, Dr. Killian made the decision to reduce the number of librarians, even though there was a proposed plan that would cut $4 million more than originally planned. This plan didn't include reducing librarians, but people claim it was a necessity given the shortfalls. Many people have been playing the blame game regarding the budget issues. So fine, blame the local optional homestead exemption, blame a lower average daily attendance, blame the shortfalls in allotments, blame inflation, blame ESSER funds, or blame Abbott. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you have had students say that their librarians are some of their favorite people, and you're taking that away from them. Not because you have to, but because you can. Do you think Cyfair will continue to be a destination district with this choice? Do you think this will bring out the best in students? I hope this decision will be reversed. Students need librarians every day.
Brooke Simmons.
My name is Brooke Simons, and I'm in 6th grade at Salyards Middle School. Let me tell you a little bit about Miss Poff and the library at my school. Miss Poff loves pugs, hugs, Taylor Swift, and has a rational fear of cotton balls. Mrs. Poff cares about us and wants us to succeed. Mrs. Poff has encouraged me to explore different types of books and introduced me to mystery books. What the fuck? Librarians are important for the teachers and for students. Librarians help prepare us in many different ways. Without librarians, our education will be compromised. They help us prepare papers by showing us how to research and look up topics. They also help us with technology, as they are the media specialists in our school. In elementary, my librarian was Mrs. Kaler. She made books come alive when she read to us. She also named that book and ran the book fair. Please don't take away our librarians at our schools. They are important for students like me and matter in our schools. Thank you.
Kinsley Thompson.
Hello, and thank you for letting me speak today at this board meeting. My name is Kinsley, and I am currently a 5th grader at Pope Elementary. I am speaking on behalf of the 118,000 students in the Cyfair Independent School District. The librarian at Pope Elementary, Ms. Kreitz, made my 5 years at this school memorable. I started at Pope in 2019, and my first grade year was interrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic, and one of the people that I was missing the most was Mrs. Kreitz. I was just starting to get into reading big girl books when my passion for reading came to a halt. I went back to school in the fall of 2020. Ms. Kreitz helped me rediscover my passion for reading. She encouraged my passion, helping me to discover authors like J.K. Rowling and Shannon Messenger. The characters helped me escape the real world of COVID-19, and I leapt into the lives of Harry Potter and Sophie Foster. Thanks to Mrs. Kreitz, I am now a very active reader, and I finish books within a week. In a book by Shel Silverstein and one of the poems, it taught me about freedom of speech. Thanks to Mrs. Kreitz, I'm standing here before you trying to save librarians' positions in Cyfair. I hope you understand the need for librarians in Cyfair community and school district. Thank you.
Area Advaru.
My name is Aria, and I'm a 5th grader at Pope Elementary. I've been at Pope since kindergarten and have enjoyed my time there. First impression, I was completely overwhelmed. The school is pretty big with only a few people that I recognized. The only person I remember always being there was our librarian, Mrs. Kreitz. Every time I walk into the library, a new adventure begins. But what is an adventure without friends and the most needed person, a guide? Over my years at Pope, I had the best guide I could ask for. I recall her reading a book about kindness to us every year. This year, she showed us the effect. Miss Kreitz had a bucket of water and would drop stones in it, telling us how the water ripples and how it's similar to how kindness spreads. If Miss Kreitz wasn't here next year, who would be that rock rippling love and kindness to our big family at Pope? Who would teach us every single day how we can learn to love each other? Miss Kreitz is loving, joyful, and she cares for us, spending hours working for our community here at Pope. I'm sure that I speak for all students at Pope when I say Miss Kreitz is who we wish could forever be part of our library. I hope hearing all the student feedback will help you understand how necessary a librarian truly is through our school journey. Thank you.
Leslie Gilmart.
My name is Leslie Gilmart, and I'm president of Cypress Families for Public Schools. The CFPS Board of Directors has selected 2 CFISD high school seniors to receive college scholarships. We award these scholarships specifically to aspiring teachers because they're the future of public education. We hope this award inspires students to return to CFISD to teach, knowing their community is behind them. Thanks to the generosity of friends of CFPS, both students will receive $1,000. Follow us on social media to learn who our scholars are later this month. In the meantime, Cyfair neighbors, let's let every student and staff member know we value them by continuing to advocate for excellent, diverse, joyful, fully funded public schools.
Lynn Blair.
I'm Lynn Blair, and I taught in Cyfair for 8 years. I love teaching, I love the kids, I love the parents, I love the staff. What I didn't love was the way the district constantly pushed curriculum changes, only concerned about numbers and appearances, and the micromanagement that came with it. And, of course, those never-ending budget cuts. I was an amazing teacher. So many of my friends were amazing teachers. Was and were are the key words there. When I left, amazing teachers were leaving in droves. Now, instead of teachers leaving, we're literally pushing them out. After the Berry Center and this beautiful administration building were built, hundreds of staff went on the excess list. You can't fire them, but you sure can push them to leave after ripping them away from their beloved campuses. Mr. Lecomte, it is not a flex to say that you are also taking away and putting in excess other teachers, not just librarians. I understand that these things come from different budgets, but optically it's a horrible look, especially when sending out the most recent excess email to librarians at 11:30 p.m. and then telling them that if they didn't like their new assignments that they could apply elsewhere and lose their seniority. Please do better.
Your time is up. Please conclude your remarks.
And I'd like to say I'm off to the Caribbean now, the land of the teachers. Thank you, Mr. Ray. And please don't pose next to a book cart when you knew what was happening 2 weeks later. Thank you, sir.
We'll now proceed to reports. Administration will present an oral report on the preliminary budget, 2024-2025 school year. We do have some speakers. We'll start with the speakers first. Ashley Buckner. Ashley?
My name is Ashley Buckner. I am the organizer of CFISD Parents for Librarians. And as I've previously stated, I do not intend to stop until we have a librarian back on every single campus. And you can take that to your meeting with Dan Patrick this week. Thank you.
Jennifer Chanette.
Glad to see Clyde's already posting about me on Facebook. There's no need to sugarcoat it. Abbott is sitting on a pile of money because he's mad that school vouchers didn't pass. Let's not forget when he came here, he didn't visit the third largest school district. He went to Cypress Christian instead. Scott joined him, and now he's the board president. Because of Abbott, we are losing over half our librarians. It's all part of the master plan to continue the dumbing down of society. And then Christian nationalism can be injected with a big needle. Take a look at the dysfunctional family tree. We start with the orange messiah that many of you worship. Did you know that Ken Paxton was in court with him the other day in New York City? Then we have Greg, and we have his fan club, like Oliverson and Betancourt. Then they have their fan club. Lucas, Scott, and Natalie have attended Tom's Christmas parties. Bethany has hung out in Paul's office in Austin. Beware of those who say they are pro-public education. We know all about the wolves in sheep's clothing. We are surrounded by them, and we need to vote every single one of them out if we want public education to survive. In the meantime, Abbott can do something about it. The question is, will he?
Dr. Tara Cummings.
The current budget crisis is unequivocally the fault of Greg Abbott and our Republican-led state government. In my earlier comment, I outlined why we simply cannot trust our majority self-identified conservative board to manage this crisis well. Trustees, in addition to my request that you prove me wrong and earn the community's trust, I have some demands. I demand that you stand up to our elected officials and hold them accountable for the mess they've created and for serving the best interest of public education. I demand that you set aside party allegiance, and extremist religious ideology for your oath to CFISD. I demand that unless and until they fund public education, you refuse to vote for Republicans. The letter to TEA is an important start, but not nearly sufficient. Because here's the thing, the Republican Party of Texas is out to destroy public education. They said so themselves, and this crisis is further truth. So if you are, in fact, committed to CFISD, prove it with your decisions regarding this budget, your interactions with elected officials, and your future votes. We're watching.
Christina Woods.
I personally know a teacher who lost her job or is on the list that might magically match her up with another job. I know how much this woman loved her work. I also know what she meant to her students. If she isn't matched with another job, she is unemployed. When staff are cut, students suffer. When staff are cut, other staff that are already at full burnout stage are picking up the slack, so they suffer too. Our trustees claim to care about our black and brown students and that they are always behind our white students on test scores, and yet the gap persists. I've heard Trustee Blassingame, a PhD in education, clearly state she does not want to know what causes their scores to be lower, but just wants the scores to be increased. First, on the face, that is a racist statement. And second, how does that gap close when the district plans to cut so many librarians, paras, behavioral interventionists, and teachers? Behavioral interventionists help SPED students with behavior problems complete their schoolwork successfully and manage their behavior and emotions while in class. How cruel for those positions to be cut. Paras also offer support to students with learning disabilities and other disabilities. How cruel for students and teachers to be left without paras to support the needs of those students. Thank you.
Caleb Holmes.
Like Trustee Ray said previously, our voices are attempted to being heard. As a leading youth political leader, I have had the difficult conversation with local and statewide elected officials on both sides of the aisle about how education is the foundation of our country and not just numbers on a spreadsheet, but in fact that the deciding factor in the future of our nation. So I will leave with this. Our voices have been heard and they will continue to be heard because there are hundreds of people in this room who will not stop fighting until my generation and generations to become priority number one again. But we all should remember that we should not tarnish the name of another person. And in the words of the Bible, do not let kindness and truth leave you. Bind them around your neck and write them on the tablet of your heart. Thank you.
Daniel Fernandez. Daniel.
Hello, my name is Daniel Fernandez and I go to Copeland Elementary where I'm a 5th grade student council representative. I am here to talk about school librarians and why they are important to our school. First, they help with reading programs such as Name That Book. Name That Book is a great program because it lets me have fun with my friends while teaching us responsibilities such as attending team meetings. Second, who would run the school library? School librarians do more than manage books. They make great recommendations to students. For example, my school librarian recommended a fantastic book to me because she knows what our kids like and our reading levels. Third, our librarian teaches about library resources and how to use them. I've learned how to use new types of technology for my schoolwork. We usually use Google Docs at my school, but my librarian introduced me to a new app that helped me make a poster for school that I was proud of. Last, the library is one of my favorite places to go in school. Thanks to my librarian, my 2 siblings that go to Copeland think the same thing. We would all be sad if our librarians left our schools. In conclusion, librarians are an important part of our education, and each school deserves a librarian like mine.
Thank you. Gretchen Herrera.
In the best interest of children was the ironic sign-off to a lengthy email detailing a budget reduction plan that impacts over 500 teachers, librarians, paras, district and campus level administrators, and support staff, none of which sounds remotely close to being in the best interest of our children. The kicker was that next year there may double the cuts. You could have spared us all of the excuses of how we got into this mess and instead told the honest truth that this deficit is a result of our governor holding funding for public education hostage until his vouchers are passed. Unless you are pro-voucher serving on a board for public education, you should be livid that he is threatening to leave you all with the legacy of failing the 118,000 students and families you have been privileged to serve it while the state sits on a $30 billion surplus. We refuse to believe that your hands are tied and that this is our fate, and we urge you to publicly advocate on our behalf for the governor and commissioner to release our funds immediately. Our community is watching your actions, not your words, to prove that you truly do care about the best interest of our children. Thank you.
Rosemary Wilson.
Good evening. My name is Rosemary Wilson, and I attend Feast Elementary. I love my librarian, Miss Buchter. I do not want her to leave my school. My librarian is such a great person. She's an expert and a professional. She's kind and loving, and she even remembers everyone's names. The library is very important to students. It is a fun and educational place where kids have free access to books. A lot of kids aren't able to visit public libraries, so their school library may be the only library they have. Having a full-time librarian is vital for learning the life skills of using a library. School librarians have worked hard to get their jobs. If they lose their jobs, they have to find another library or all their hard work will be ruined. The librarians who get to keep their jobs will have to work at multiple schools, causing them to be overworked and less dedicated to each school. Dr. Killian, please let us keep our librarians. Thank you.
Dr. Dr. Toledans.
My name is Dr. Giancarlo Toledanis. I am an assistant professor and pediatrician for a major medical school. The opinions are my own and not endorsed by my employers. I am a father to 2 students at Swanky Elementary and an active parent volunteer. Ms. Arnett is my children's librarian and advocate. I strongly support the inclusion of all librarians in Cypher ISD. Librarians not only provide books to our children, they serve as IT specialists, program developers like Name That Book, and confidants, as many of our students have already mentioned. Librarians undergo additional training along with childhood education. Their role is science. The American Academy of Pediatrics regard literacy as a pillar of optimal childhood development. They recommend partnering with other child advocates that support and promote literacy. Librarians are an essential partner. 90 million adults in the United States lack the literacy to effectively negotiate the healthcare system. Will our children be one of them? I implore you to reconsider your recommendation. Please explore all the resources at your disposal. I have done my best to speak for my children. I ask you that you do the same for ours. Thank you.
Wendy Cowan.
My name is Wendy Cowan, and I'm a Cypher ISD parent. I am here again to share my thoughts on the recent budget deficit. I understand this is a tough situation. However, we knew this was coming after the 2023 regular session and the 3 subsequent special sessions failed to provide any funding for public education. It is important that you know we don't support removing librarians from our schools. We need our school board to be transparent about the budget deficit and for the community to be involved in the process of adjusting the budget and raising the funds. Our public schools have been politicized by those seeking higher office, but our local public schools and students are the ones left to bear the consequences. We need to be communicating to our elected officials that our public schools need to be properly funded. And any elected official that isn't openly doing everything possible to support public education will have to answer to the voters. Put our students first, not personal agendas. Thank you for your time.
Carndon Trong.
Hello, Board Trustees, viewers, and attendees of this meeting. My name is Karn Chong. With the budget crisis, we have lost our librarians. This issue has gone much further than expected, and we all must work together to protect the librarians who are members of our community. This issue is no longer one where we stand with our political party ideology. This is an issue where we all must work together. Our board members are actively working to get legislators into special sessions, and we have members of the audience advocating for the exact same thing. In order for this cause to advance, we need you, the viewer, to call your legislators and tell them to fund public education.
Angela Martin Green.
Good evening. I'm a long-term resident of Cyfair, and my son was a student in Cyfair Public Schools. We have a significant budget shortfall, and the district's main advocate is our superintendent. He should partner with other area superintendents to get the governor to release education funding, whether school voucher program is funded or not. Student education is not a bargaining chip. It is unacceptable for the district to eliminate numerous positions and services to balance the budget when the funds are in Austin. However, the budget crisis didn't come as a surprise to the district. As an accountant, the district should have had a contingency plan in case those funds were not released, including district office executives taking pay cuts and delaying nice but not necessary expenditures. The quality of our students' education and opportunities should not be diminished due to funding shortfalls. In the spirit of transparency, the budget line items, how the proposed cuts will balance the budget along with impact on students and campuses will hopefully be made available to the public, allowing faculty, parents, and concerned citizens to weigh in on proposed cuts. Thank you.
Kylie Ratcliffe.
Hi, my name is Kylie, and I'm a 4th grader at Robson Elementary. My librarian is Miss Kubiak. We should keep all librarians because they are an important part of a school. Librarians provide us with books that help us learn, that help us build love for books by reading to us or introducing us to books that we are interested in. They also give us activities that help us build teamwork that we will use for the rest of our lives. We should raise money so all schools can have librarians. Think about when you were a kid. Did your librarian help you in any way? If yes, then they made an impact on your life. Librarians have a positive effect on each and every kid in schools. There are many reasons we should keep all librarians, even if we have to raise money for it. I want to thank my friend Liliana and my mom and my librarian, Miss Kubiak, for helping me. Thank you.
Courtney Linderyu.
Until there's pushback from our state's largest employers demanding funding for better education, I fear nothing will change. By 2036, more than 70% of the jobs in Texas will require post-secondary credentials. Early learning and access to the library is critical for this, but you already know that. So I want to talk to everyone that's here and watching from home. It is imperative that every single person be intentional about making an impact. Encourage your employers to sponsor a school, a makerspace, a team, and then make it happen. My DI third graders were able to send over 200 letters to state representatives. It does not matter your age, set a goal and accomplish it. I have a 9-year-old, and in her lifetime, she has been through Harvey, the freeze, Uvalde, drills, a global pandemic, 2 of the most contentious elections in modern history, and a complete 180 from books to Chromebooks. For kids to stand in front of you and tell you that the library is where they feel the safest matters. Please listen to them and do better.
Jeremy Eugene.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jeremy Eugene. I teach special education, English, and reading at Cypress Park High School, and I want to share with you a way that you can immediately take action on all of the things that you have heard from us, and we have requested of y'all tonight. If you scan this QR code, you'll be taken to a petition started by a community member here who agrees and understands that in order for us employees to perform at our best, to serve the students at our best, we don't need to choose which things we're going to cut. We don't need to choose which positions we're going to cut. We need to have access to full funding. So we need Governor Abbott to release the funds, and we need you to publicly put your names to this petition, to sign it, and to say that you demand that we get the funds that are needed in order to support our schools.
Monique Lee.
Cyfair ISD is known nationally for performing at the highest levels in academics, athletics, and arts. Yet how can we remain a top district by eliminating school librarians and programming? In this age of screens, it's more important than ever to inspire kids to read and create. Name That Book, author visits, poetry slams, book fairs have all encouraged my 4 eager learners. But it is the at-risk children who stand to lose the most. Librarians are valuable for special needs populations, and without a strong library program, the district will see lower standardized test scores and graduation rates. Cyfair made waves with the most expensive football stadium in the state. Yes, those were bond funds, but what does it say about district priorities that we boast such a venue but do not provide our kids with basic literacy support? We understand budget cuts are necessary to keep the lights on, but there is a better solution and we need to find it.
Elliot Lee.
Hi, I'm Elliot Lee from Spillane Middle School, and I believe librarians are important because they set up more of a personal connection to books. In elementary, we had to read aloud every time we went to the library. This made me want to not only read books, but go to the library as well. And even without read alouds, my librarian is constantly recommending sites and books and all sorts of things. Next year, there will be kindergartners without a librarian that they feel close with. Also, and all the time before they're done with school, they won't have an amazing personal librarian to read books or give cool websites, and a lot of other things. So in a way, by doing this, kids will most likely read less books. For all these reasons, I believe librarians are very important, and if you have to make budget cuts, I recommend something less important. Thank you for your time.
John Rosenthal. Go ahead and turn it on, Joe.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. Good evening, I'm John Rosenthal. I'm the Texas State Representative for District 135. Tonight, I rise to comment on the budget, not so much on the specific Cypher ISD proposals, but I'm calling on you, the board, and every Texan who can hear my voice tonight to contact your legislators, take action regarding the current historic underfunding of our public neighborhood schools by the Texas government. Underfunding our schools doesn't help our students to succeed. The state is sitting on a historic budget surplus right now. We have $4 billion in appropriated money that's unspent, and we're going to walk into a $30 billion budget surplus in the next session. I encourage all of you to contact your legislators, and especially the governor, and demand that the state fulfill the Texas constitutional requirement to, quote, make suitable provisions for an efficient system of public free schools. Y'all please join me in calling on our governor to bring us, the legislature, back to session to increase funding to Cypher, ISD, and all of our public school districts in the state. We have the money, we can do it. And the last thing I'm gonna say is, how about these students coming up to speak tonight? They have been amazing. They are the products of our Cypher system. Please do the best that we can for them. Thank you very much.
John Ogletree.
Thank you. We are here tonight not because of something self-imposed in our district. There's not been misuse or mismanagement of funds. It is because elections have consequences. When you put people in office who vote for party over policy, we end up in situations like this. So you've heard said tonight that they are talking to the legislators and contacting the governor, but it's going to take the community to do that. We all have to do that, to say we want our schools funded. Look, there is a surplus. Our students need that money. And what's best for our students is of adequate funding. What's best for our students is librarians in every school. What's best for our students is no counselor to lose his position or her position. What's best for our students is all staff to be adequately paid and to get their raises.
Please wrap up.
We have to know that elections have consequences, and it's time to have people who put policy over party.
Hunter Coburn. Is Hunter here? Cynthia Coburn. Dave Mayan.
Good evening, board. Dave Mann, parent, resident. As has been said this evening, the blame for this entire budget crisis lay at the feet of one man, Greg Abbott. His diabolical scheme to destroy public education in Texas at the behest of conspiracy theorist Christian nationalist billionaires is being played out right here in CFISD and every other school district in Texas by Abbott holding our tax dollars hostage until he can intimidate the legislature into passing his voucher scam. If you support vouchers, you are by default anti-public education. It's as simple as that. Now, we all tell our kids to be careful who they associate with, not to fall in with the wrong crowd, and that if you want to know someone, look at their friends. Well, who do you associate with? Todd, Justin, Christine, you were sworn in right here by pro-voucher, anti-public ed state rep Tom Oliverson. Scott, Lucas, you attended a Christmas party. Scott, you attended some pro-voucher event. Distance yourselves from these people. Distance yourselves from them. Fight for us. Do you stand for vouchers or for public ed? Do you stand for the interests of this community or some political ideology? Choose.
Julie Ricks. Julie Ricks. Diana Alexander.
Esteemed board members, I'm a proud diagnostician at Dean Middle School. Since time immemorial, humans have gathered around fires for nourishment, yes, but also for the stories. Tales of loss, love, and learning were passed orally until the advent of books, where stories became the foundation for our schools today. We are at a crossroads due to a deliberate underfunding crisis intentionally beset upon us by Greg Abbott and those who wish to starve public education. In this time, it may seem tempting to cut librarians, but they are our storytellers, the ones duty-bound to curate our tales. Resist this inclination. We need librarians to hold our stories safe, to create the nurturing space for our kids. As a veteran educator, a kid who grew up with many barriers, I sought comfort in books. Y'all, how many of you took refuge in the library? Raise your hands. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers. Karen?
See if they, for them to put that up.
Just a second, Karen. Yeah. Hunter, did you want to go speak?
My name is Hunter Coburn, and I come from Elementary School, Hoover Elementary. And I'm here today to ask you to not get rid of my librarian. She helps us more than you know. It's not just these book fairs and story times. It's the extra help she gives the students like me, the ones with learning disabilities. I'm above average in reading. Thanks to love of books she instilled in me. Learning is hard enough for someone like me. Please don't take away one of my few advantages. Thank you for your time.
Karen, you may proceed.
Thank you, President Henry and the Board of Trustees. Tonight I will be presenting the 2024-25 preliminary general operating budget developed by administration after input from the Budget Reduction Advisory Committee, the District Survey, Campus and Department Administration, the Board at the April 22nd special called Board Budget Workshop, and the Finance and Operations Committee. The legislature determines how much funding each district will receive, which is our entitlement. In other words, they determine the size of our cup. Once a district's cup size or total funding is determined, the state starts to fill the cup with local property tax collections first. This is called the local share. In some districts, the local share partially fills the cup. In other districts, the local share completely fills the cup, or it may overflow the cup. And if it overflows the cup, this is recapture. Then the state starts to fill the cup with state funds or state aid. However, if a school district offers tax relief, which is a major concern of the legislature and the governor,
Through a local optional homestead exemption, the state funding formula never fills the cup. Senate Bill 2, passed in the second 88th special session, prohibits the removal or reduction of the local optional homestead exemption until January of 2028. However, there is a solution. The legislature could modify the adjustment to the comptroller's property value assignment for the local optional homestead exemption. So in other words, the state funding is reduced, assuming that we collect property taxes on 100%. This has been one of the legislative priorities for the district. If they recognize 100%, it would provide approximately $63 million in funding. Meanwhile, Dr. Killian, as soon as he came to the district, started advocating for at least recognition of 50% of the local optional homestead exemption. The commissioner, in a year where there's surplus funds, can actually, after they fund special education cameras, can provide authorized funding for up to 50% relief towards the local optional homestead exemption. As mentioned in the previous slide, the two major sources of funding for school districts are property taxes and state aid. Property values are determined by the Harris Central Appraisal District. And the tax rate is composed of the maintenance and operations tax as well as the interest in sinking. However, the M&O rate is capped and cannot go above a certain amount, which would be the maximum compressed rate plus 5 of the enrichment pennies, without a voter approval tax rate election. CFISD has provided additional tax relief to our residents with a 20% local optional homestead exemption since 1983. State aid is based on the legislative state funding formula set in statute. Property values for the state funding is based on the comptroller's values, which do not recognize the local optional homestead exemption. State aid is also influenced by enrollment, average daily attendance, special populations such as special education, bilingual, career and technology, enrichment pennies, as well as the property wealth of the school district. The current state funding formula is not adjusted for the cost of living or inflation. As you know, inflation has been at its highest in decades. Districts receive $6,160 per regular average daily attendance, which is also referred to as the basic allotment, which has not increased since 2019. Districts have multiple funding sources. However, most of the funding sources are restricted on how they can be spent. The maintenance and operations tax generates local funds for the general operations of the district, including salaries, contracted services such as utilities, general supplies such as instructional supplies and fuel for buses, other operating such as property insurance and capital outlay. The general fund has the least restrictions, but even the general fund receives state funding for programs such as special education that can only be spent on the specific students it serves. The interest in sinking tax rate generates funds required to service the district's debt that was approved by the voters in a bond referendum. The funds can only be used for principal and interest on payments on the bonds and cannot be used for the general operations of the district or to offset the deficit. This chart shows the increase in property values over the last 5 years. Values in the 2023 tax year actually increased 14.5%, but reflect a lower increase due to the passage of SB 2 last summer, which increased the state-mandated homestead exemption from $40,000 to $100,000, so that lowered the property values. In addition, tax relief to those over 65 was first implemented in tax year 2023 based on legislation passed in the 87th legislative session. Because property values were frozen for those over 65, they were not benefiting from the property tax compression since 2019. The 2024 tax values are the Harris Central Appraisal District's preliminary certified values received in April of $71.4 billion. Property values are estimated to increase about 2.44%. The slowdown is due to less home sales this last year as a result of rising borrowing rates. The M&O tax rate is made up of two components, the maximum compressed rate and enrichment pennies. The maximum compressed rate is compressed or reduced to the lower of the state compressed rate or the local compressed rate. Tax compression occurs when property values increase by more than 2.5% from the previous year. Current year property values will affect tax compression. Typically, values increase between receiving our preliminary values in April and final certified values in August. If values increase more than 2.5%, the maximum compressed rate will decrease slightly. The district has accessed all 5 of its enrichment pennies that it can without a voter approval tax rate election. To illustrate the impact of the state and local homestead exemptions on taxpayers in the district, a homeowner with a value of $350,000 with the state exemption has a reduction of $100,000 in taxable value or a decrease of $1,081 in property taxes. For the local optional homestead exemption, a homeowner with a $350,000 home has a reduction of an additional $70,000 in taxable value and a decrease of an additional $757 in property taxes. And this is based on the 2023 tax rate. In addition to the optional homestead exemption of 20%, the district also offers a $15,000 exemption for taxpayers over 65 or disabled. However, offering the tax relief to our residents results in a decrease of $81 million in total property tax revenue. Now I will review student enrollment, which affects state funding based on average daily attendance. This chart reflects the district's changes in enrollment over the past 5 years. You can see the decline of enrollment in 2020-21. Although our enrollment has recovered, our average daily attendance is down. Enrollment is expected to be at approximately 118,798 for the 2024-25 school year. ADA has increased slightly as of the end of the 5th 6 weeks, but is still averaging 2% less than it was prior to the pandemic. Average daily attendance has gone from 95.4% to 93.4% over the 5 years. Our typical average daily attendance was 95.25 to 96% pre-COVID. The 2% decrease in average daily attendance amounts to almost $15 million in state funding. We always like to provide the board a comparison of CFISD teacher salaries compared to our neighboring districts. CFISD's greatest competition is Katy, Klein, and Tomball. Although Katy's pay is slightly higher than the district's, CFISD's pay is above Klein and Tomball. So this reflects the 0 salary, the 5-year, 10, 15, and 20-year salaries, and you can see the district is competitive. Before I review the general fund budget, I want to review what the food service fund and bond funds can be used for, as the uses are restricted. The food service fund is subsidized with federal reimbursements, and funds can only be used towards the child nutrition program and not for the general operations of the district. It is important to note that the district's child nutrition program makes a profit and does not require the use of the general fund. The bond or capital projects fund is made up of proceeds from bond issues or bond sales. The proceeds must be spent on construction, renovation, or equipping of facilities, including technology and buses. Once again, bond funds cannot be used for the general operations of the district or to offset the deficit. General fund expenditures are 85 to 90% payroll across the nation. Without employees, we would not be able to provide the services we provide to our students and support our campuses. As you can see, payroll is 89.6% of the budget for 2023-24. Raises have a significant impact on the budget. A 1% raise for CFISD costs $9 million. As mentioned, approximately 90% of the budget is payroll. General administration only represents 2% of the budget and includes positions such as accounting, human resources, purchasing, the tax office, legal services, and the superintendent's office. Instructional leadership represents 1% of the budget and includes costs related to managing, directing, and supervising and leading staff members who provide instruction or instructional-related services, such as instructional administrators and directors, directors for special populations, such as special education and career technology, as well as professionals that support these positions. School leadership represents 5% of the budget and includes costs for managing a school campus, such as principals, associate principals, registrars, and paraprofessionals. It is not easy when CFISD has the fourth lowest administrative cost ratio in the state to not impact others rather than administration. The remaining 92% represents teachers, teacher aides, librarians, counselors, psychologists, diagnosticians, nurses, fine arts, transportation, and many more. Before looking at the budget reduction plan, it is helpful to look at the number of staff in each position. Teachers comprise 8,912 of the total employees. Instructional administrators our administration has 955 employees, which is different than what was on the previous slide, different than instructional leadership, because it includes both school leadership as well as instructional leadership. Business administration has 225 employees and executive leadership 23. Although very difficult because every position is important, with the amount of budget reductions needed, the budget reductions also impacted the campuses. However, every effort was taken to minimize the impact to the classroom. The 2024-25 preliminary budget was built on the following assumptions. The expiration of the ESSER or the stimulus funding, it expires in September of 2024, but we plan to use the remainder of the stimulus funding by June 30th. We reduced expenditures by $58 million. Although there were positions that were reduced, there were no actual layoffs. Payroll we budgeted at 98% fill rate. You may recall in previous presentations that I shared with the board that our budget is prepared assuming we will fill 100% of those positions. However, this budget is based on a fill rate of 98%, which amounts to about $20 million. Also, minimal enrollment growth of 0.28%. And the budget also includes a salary increase on greater of midpoint or base of 1% for all levels of administration and 2% for teachers, paraprofessionals, and hourly, as well as an increase in the starting teacher salary from $62,000 to $63,000 for a total cost of $17 million. The assumptions also include a reduction of the SHARS funding of $10.3 million, continued 2% ADA decrease, which is about $15 million, the operating costs for opening of Byrd Elementary School. The campus was built with bond funds. However, the operating costs for principals, nurses, for assistant principals, all of that has to be covered out of the general fund, and that's $2.4 million. Also, an increase in property values of 2.44%. The current budget does not include any revenue recommendations of the Budget Reduction Advisory Committee at this time, because until we have seen what kind of revenue will be brought in, we cannot add that to our budget. For example, we plan on releasing an RFP for naming rights, and until that comes in, for naming rights of buildings, then until that comes in, then we will not be able to see the impact. Also, it does not include at this point in time if we are fortunate enough to receive 50% recognition of the local optional homestead exemption, which would yield about $31.5 million. Dr. Killian initially identified $68 million as the target budget reduction amount. The cost savings recommendations from the Budget Recommendations Advisory Committee identified approximately $45.5 million in savings, so district leadership worked to identify additional reductions. On April 22nd, administration shared with the board the plan for reducing the budget by $68 million. Based on feedback provided by the board, the budget reduction plan was reduced from $68 million to $58 million, and fund balance will be utilized to offset the difference. The district began the budget reduction process by looking at vacancies and seeing whether we had to maybe fill up, if we could take some of the vacancies and spread the duties out to other positions. Also looking at vacancies that may come up is through attrition. We relied on the input from the survey, the recommendations of the BRAC, and most importantly, the campus level. We relied heavily on principal input. Administration started at the top and cut $5.8 million in district level staff, $2.1 million in maintenance and operations, and over 7.5% from district budgets before considering any campus reductions. The budget reduction plan includes $29.7 million in campus staff reductions, and you can see the information here. Once again, every effort was taken to minimize the impact to the classroom. It was important to plan to prioritize through natural attrition for the placement of staff that had their positions reduced. HR and our amazing principals have worked hard to look at certifications and qualifications to try to place these individuals first. The district is also proposing to modify the bus service provided. Matt Morgan will go into more detail about this transportation plan later in the presentation. The preliminary budget with $58 million in budget reductions, a 1% to 2% raise for employees, and a fill rate of 98% results in a deficit of approximately $77.5 million, which will directly impact fund balance in 2024-25 since federal stimulus funds will be exhausted. Fund balance is the accumulation of operating surpluses and deficits. The only way to replenish fund balance is to have an operating surplus. It is important to have an adequate fund balance, which is at least 4 months for districts with a June 30 year end, to manage cash flow low points and unanticipated revenue shortfalls and unanticipated expenditures. For example, property taxes are primarily collected in December and January, but the district still needs to have the fund balance to make payroll in July through November. CFISD has been preparing for the budget deficit with conservative spending and by utilizing the federal stimulus funds to offset the deficit. As a result, the district has been able to maintain a little less than 6 months of expenditures in fund balance. A healthy fund balance allows the district to address the budget deficit over several years. Based on using approximately $15.1 million of fund balance in 23-24, at least that's our estimate at this point in time, and $77.5 million of fund balance in 24-25, it is estimated that the district will have 4.68 months in fund balance at June 30, 2025. Now I'll turn it over to Matt Morgan to discuss the transportation reductions.
President Henry, Dr. Killian, members of the board, I'd like to talk a little bit about the student transportation allotment. And this is how the state helps fund transportation and the services in the district. For regular route services, regular ed services, we receive $1 per mile for 2 or more miles of outside the service. So if you live 2 or more miles away from the school, we receive $1 for every mile we drive. For approved hazardous traffic, we receive 10% of the 2 or more mile service. So if you live within 2 miles of the school, we would receive 10% of the total regular route service. For example, on average, we travel about 4 million miles a year. In regular ed routes, we travel about 1 million miles per year in hazardous, but we only receive the $1 per mile for 400,000 of those miles for hazardous traffic. For special education routes, we receive $1.08 per mile. For CTE, that's the only program that's fully funded. We receive the regular route services for the preceding year allotment, which is about $6.86 for all CTE transportation. That's taking our students from a high school that doesn't offer a CTE course to a high school that does offer a CTE course. For private route services, we receive 25 cents per mile. These are our McKinney-Vento students. And we travel about 42,000 miles for McKinney-Vento students. As you can see, in 2022-23, the state funding was $8.1 million. Our total expenditures for transportation were about $43.3. So the state funded about 19% of our transportation expenses. We took several recommendations to the Budget Advisory Committee, and the one that was recommended was the hybrid with hazardous route plans. And hybrid with hazardous route plans is traveling or transporting students, elementary students that live 1 mile or more from their eligible school or from their home school. They would be eligible for transportation services. If hazardous traffic conditions have been identified within 1 mile, students affected would be eligible for transportation services. For secondary campuses, it would be 2 miles. So for middle and high school, if you live 2 or more miles away from your home school, you would be eligible for transportation services. If hazardous conditions or traffic conditions have been identified within 2 miles of the school, students affected would be eligible for transportation services. We also, the Budget Advisory Committee recommended eliminating late runs. We don't receive any funding from the state for late runs. And also eliminating service for alternative learning centers. And the total savings or budget reduction would be about $4.7 million. We listened to community concerns, we listened to the board's concern, and we developed a hazardous route plan. I'd like to go over that with you tonight. If approved by the board, this would be our hazardous route plan for 2024-25. Transportation will be provided for elementary students within 1 mile if crossing a tollway, crossing a state highway, crossing a farm-to-market road, crossing a moderately to heavily traveled thoroughfare without a protected crossing being identified or defined as a crossing with a traffic light or a stop sign, walking along a moderately to heavily traveled thoroughfare without a safe walk path, or crossing a railroad track. For middle school students, transportation will be provided within 2 miles if crossing a tollway, crossing a state highway, crossing a farm-to-market road, crossing a 4 or more lane heavily trafficked thoroughfare without a protected crossing, again, a traffic light or stop sign, or crossing a railroad track. Transportation will be provided for high school students within 2 miles if crossing a 6-lane roadway with a speed limit over 45 miles per hour, crossing a tollway, crossing a state highway, or crossing a farm-to-market road. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Killian.
You want to go ahead and give me the next slide? Okay, so first I wanted to say thank you for all the public comment, and thank you for all of your passion about our school finance system and what we're facing in terms of a school district. All of our positions, all of our staff members are very important to us, and all the positions serve a very important and crucial need in our school district. But with that, we still have to make cuts because we're $138 million shy of a balanced budget, and we don't have enough fund balance to be able to make it through next year by just simply not doing anything. So there was some talk about tonight about transparency. So let me be really transparent in what I've done since I've got here. Back on January 2nd, when I first got here, I immediately started trying to work on what I saw was an impending issue that's coming towards our district, which was a financial issue. This is not a surprise. Anybody that's gone back and watched old board meetings can see that Karen and her staff have presented this issue for a number of years. And we've shared that with a number of folks in our district over the last couple years. This should not be a surprise to our community either, because we've also had surrounding districts that have been dealing with this. I wasn't even in the Houston area, and I knew that Fort Bend was in dire straits last year and had to do a number of things to try to shore up their budget. We've seen Spring Branch, we've seen Houston, and we've seen a number of other districts that are having to make some cuts in our area. As a state, we've also seen a number of other districts in some other metropolitan areas. Folks, I've been in the business of public finance for over 20 years now. This has been an ongoing issue in terms of funding schools. There are a number of factors in our school finance system that have contributed to some of these things. And I've been on the forefront of asking for money in the past for a number of years. So I was looking for something that we could do to potentially mitigate some of the cuts that were coming. Having seen a number of special sessions and a regular session that didn't result in more funding, that basically two houses could not agree on what they could do in terms of funding, I was looking for other opportunities. And from the get-go, I remembered the obscure law about the local optional homestead exemption where we could get half funding. So that year, or that month, January, I had a meeting with the commissioner. Actually, he was coming to see me at the beginning of the month of January as he was supposed to be heading to Houston and would stop by. And I was going to bring up the local optional homestead exemption and that he had the opportunity to fund 50%. He had to reschedule at the beginning of the month because he was called for something else that he had to do in Austin. So I asked him for a personal appointment along with his chief of staff, Hunter, when I went down there for a midwinter conference at the end of January. It was at that point that we had collected all the information and Karen and her staff put together what the local optional homestead exemption would actually do for us. In addition to that, I sent a letter out that, with the help of Karen, that kind of detailed what the local optional homestead exemption issue was and asking for their support. In the meantime, several of our board members arranged for me to meet with several of our delegation and share this information. So over the rest of the month of January and into February, I met with each one of our delegation or had an email with them and communicated with them. Really quickly, they understood what the situation was and what we were asking for, that 50% funding that was available, that was already in statute, that there was a few things that we just had to get over, including special ed camera allotment and a few other things. I had that meeting in January with the commissioner. He understood. His chief of staff even knew the education code that I was referring to and some of the issues that they'd have to investigate. He told me at the time that he would look into it and get back with me about what we could do. Being professional and allowing him to work on the situation, I reached out and shared this information to all of our legislators. They got talking points, also a letter that they could do, and we asked them to do a joint letter, which we kept getting responses from our delegation that they were very interested in doing that letter. Didn't stop there. We had several other folks from both the Senate and the House that were contacted. I know that several of the board members reached out to their contacts around the state to ask for that funding too. The reason why I was going for that funding was we already knew that the legislature had met in multiple sessions and could not come up with a funding model. There was a talk that there should be a special session in January or February, but when that didn't transpire, we knew that there wasn't going to be a special session going forward because a number of the representatives were lame ducks after that. So it didn't matter whether or not we called for a special session. That's a political trick, just to go up here and say, hey, call for a special session. That's not really going to get you the additional funding. So we were looking for working with our legislators and trying to use our influence to try to get additional money flowing to us. Plus, I knew we were up against a very tight deadline of July 1st to get our budget in. So that meant that we had to make some kind of decision going forward. At that point, I asked the board to do recommendations for a budget reduction advisory committee. And we had a number of folks, both staff members in the district from a cross section of our campuses, and then a number of appointees as well. We also asked for the survey. That's when I sent the letter out in February to ask for folks to fill out some ideas. There wasn't really a lot of people that sent ideas in. 1,200 sounds like a lot, but we have 118,000 students. That means there's 118,000 adults out there that have kids in our district that potentially could have sent something at least. So We had 1,200, and after we summarized them, they kind of went into a number of few categories. We presented those things to the BRAC committee for consideration, and they studied it over 3 meetings to try to come up with 1, revenue ideas, 2, expenditure cut ideas, and then just in general staffing ideas, which is very difficult to get your head around the way school districts staff schools. So they had to have a really quick tutorial on how we do that. We had a number of ideas that came out of the committee, and you saw it in the last board meeting or the board meeting before that we had about $45 million worth of cuts that were moved forward. The BRAC committee did amazing work with the amount of information they had in a short period of time to come up with that $42 million, well short of where we needed to be in terms of about 1/3 of the cuts. So the other thing is we didn't want to do cuts without hearing from our principals who are on the ground, who have to deal with all these situations, what they thought of the recommendations from the BRAC committee. That was returned by our cabinet staff members to the BRAC committee, or to the principals, to go over those. In addition to that, we needed more items to be on that agenda, so we actually asked principals and directors to come up with more items, and we wanted them to come up with them because they're the people that know what impact their campus the most and what they might be able to live with in terms of cuts. We also wanted them to weigh in on the suggestions from the BRAC committee to see if they were actually doable going forward. There was a laundry list of cuts that you also saw that came out of that. So I just want to make this statement. At no time did any of the board members tell me that we needed to cut librarians. That's not true. So nobody made those suggestions. That actually came from, I'm sorry to say, principals. They did not want to make that suggestion because there are so many staff members that are essential in our school district, but it was one of the suggestions they made because we're in a difficult time and have to make hard decisions. They are definitely Sophie's choice kind of decisions. They're not great decisions. They're not good decisions at all. They're bad or worse decisions. And so that's what we were stuck with. And so that's what we brought forward with those decisions to get us up to somewhere around 68 million. What you see now is about 58 million and going a little bit deeper into our fund balance and getting a lot closer in our budget to not having more than 4 months worth of operating. And the reason why that's so important is we have to make payroll. We do not get property tax receipts until later on in the school year. So we will have to make payroll for several months before we start seeing revenue come in, and that's where our fund balance comes in. I'm sorry, folks, we've been doing this for a long time in the school business, and we know what it takes to get through a school year. Sadly, I went through the 10-11 cuts, and I also went through the 2008 cuts, and I've gone through a number of cuts since then, and they've always been the same. Cash flow is an issue with us. If we did not have the fund balance of 4 months to make that cash flow, then we would have to borrow from our banks and be charged interest to make payroll, which is an additional charge that we would have to make a cut for. So it is really good, cost-effective budgeting to make sure that we have 4 months worth of operating in our budget so we don't have to do that. And that would hurt more people in our district and more programs in our district. I wanted to share some other things that are out there. They're just simply not true. And it's really sad when you see the media report on something and don't bother to do any kind of investigations. We don't have any layoffs. We have not told anybody that they don't have a job next year. What we've told them is the position they're currently in is being absorbed, and we have other positions that we're going to pick them up in. Here's the other thing that you don't know that's behind the scenes that you probably haven't been told, is we intend to provide the same money that staff are getting right now in those new positions. We will provide them with opportunities to substitute or do some other thing in our district to make up for that. So for instance, we have some curriculum coaches in our district that have plus 10 days, is that right? 10 extra days. So if they go back to a classroom teacher job from a curriculum coach, they will lose 10 days worth of pay. we will have them working on curriculum and a number of other things in their off time in the summer, just like they do extended, where if they want to, they can come back and do that. Same with librarians, same with all of our other staff members that are being impacted. We don't want this to hurt anyone's bottom line because we know that people live from paycheck to paycheck. I've heard a lot about people saying that they don't want the 1 or 2% pay increase. Well, I'm sorry, but I also speak for those people that are living paycheck to paycheck. Our custodians, I also speak for those folks that are bus drivers and those who are just barely making it. We already know that there will be an increase in our healthcare costs. We know that that's outside of our control. That is something that's coming to us this year. And so if we do no pay increase at all, it will actually be a decrease for those staff members and a hardship. So that's why that's out there. And from what I've heard from other superintendents and other districts in the area is they're all doing pay increases. You saw the chart that Karen shared about our pay compared to others. It doesn't take long to fall behind. It takes a long time to get back caught up again. And that's why we need to do some type of pay increase to keep up with what's going on in other districts. Once you start freezing salaries, really quickly, you can't catch up because you need so much more money to get back to where you were. And I've seen that happen in many districts who don't make the cuts in order to get their budget in order and go forward. I'd like to have that chart back up for just a second, if I could. Yeah, I'm really useless in using the clicker, though. So the reason why I've shared all these factors is because these are legitimate factors that have caused this. Yes, the legislature did not do any kind of funding increase. But let me tell you something. I was on the Finance Commission in 2018. I spent a year learning all about this school budget business and also listening to testimony for over a year up in the state board offices at TEA. And I served with a number of legislators, both Democrats and Republicans, a teacher, CFO, and a number of other folks that were placed on that committee. There was a number of appointees. And in 2018, after we delivered our results, we ended up getting a bill that caused the 2019 increases that you saw around the state. I've been in this business for a long time. I started off before I got into administration in the central office by teaching superintendents and school districts finance. There are not a lot of superintendents in the business that know how the system actually works. I actually had a boss in Region 20 who told me that I had to learn the finance system paper and pencil, and it's on an Excel spreadsheet. And so I hand calculated districts and how the system actually works. And there are not a lot of people that actually understand how the system works. There are a few superintendents in small districts that do not have CFOs that have to learn it themselves, but most of them rely on their CFOs to understand this. I understand it. I look for ways to manipulate the system and get the extra funding. That's what the local optional homestead is. It's an obscure law where we can get temporary funding. And we've reached out to try to do that. The next time we will really have a funding opportunity is going to be in the next legislative session after elections. We can call for a special session. That's not going to happen. There's no way that you'd bring back lame duck members in order to do basically what they did the last 3 special sessions and a regular session and not come to consensus between the House and the Senate. I was a government teacher for years. I'm a political science and history major. I know how the state government works. It's the House and the Senate that actually pass laws, and then the governor just signs it. Yes, he can call people into special session, but if they can't agree, you're not going to get anything. So that's why I've been advocating for finding another solution to this and working behind the scenes to try to get this going. I've railed against the machine before. I've stood up holding a hippo flag and telling a commissioner 2 commissioners ago, please fund public schools, and it got us absolutely nowhere. I've been a party to 2 state lawsuits suing the state of Texas, the commissioner, to try to get more funding. The first time it worked in West Orange Cove as an intervener, we got a little bit more funding. The second time, it did not work. We had the Supreme Court recognize that a lot of our issues were true, but they left it to the legislature to come back and try to fix the issue. And that's what happened with the student fairness and, well, it was a taxpayer, I'm trying to remember the group that we incorporated to sue the state. I was in the original, if you want to look it up, I was in the original group that incorporated the Student Taxpayer and Student Fairness Coalition. I'm trying to remember the exact deal. There were 3 of us who did that. And we filed that lawsuit and went all the way to the Supreme Court and did not get a decision calling it unconstitutional, but directing the state to go back. That's how we got the 2018 School Finance Commission, and that's how we got the 2019 funding system. But it was working together with legislators. So we can rail against the machine, but I noticed that not everybody stayed. So, and this is what happens with a situation like this. I've seen it over and over again. People will come and talk and fiery about an issue that touches their hearts and brings them here, but long-term, they don't keep that momentum up. In the last session, I wrote every legislator in this state 3 times, and all the chiefs of staff and their public education advisor. I worked with my CFO in Pflugerville, and we came up with the chart that actually came up with the reason why we needed a $1,000 increase in the basic allotment. It was me that did that. I will admit to that, and it did not work. We had the chart from 2009 all the way to current, and what it did was it charted the basic allotment and what those increases were every year, and then it tied it back to the CPI, the Consumer Price Index. We even did it by month in order to show what the actual inflationary increase has been. And we sent those charts to every single one of the legislators to show them exactly what would it take with inflation to get to that new number. I know through my experience that working with legislators and not just railing against the machine is the best way to move the ball forward. I've heard a lot that we should go out there and be critical of what's going on. That's fine during election season and all that good stuff. But quite frankly, we need to come together as a country and as a state to fund public schools. And the only way we're going to do that is by not yelling back and forth at each other. No one's going to listen. It's just like someone I was talking to today talked about having a child come in and yell at them about something they didn't like in terms of what they were doing as a parent. And then a few minutes later asking for them to go pay for them to go to the mall with their friends and hand them some money to go do that. It's kind of hard to, on one hand, ask for money, and on the other hand, be slapping them in the face and saying, hey, let's work together. I know that's really vogue in our society right now, but that's just not the way it really works. These items right here are truly things that have impact our school district. The number one thing that parents can do in this district right now to help our school finance system in our district is get your kids to school. 2% costs us $15 million. $15 million over the last 3 years or more is what we've lost. That's $50 million roughly that we've lost over the last 3 years because kids are not coming to school like they did pre-pandemic. So a normal district that is having solid attendance makes 95% or higher, and we're sitting around 94, 93%. So, and that's killing us. And so if you want to really help us mitigate cuts, get your kids to school. The other thing is this local optional homestead exemption is not a penalty in state aid. We have elected as a school district to reduce our local collections by $63 million. And that's coming to roost. And that is really a local issue. Not every district in the state actually funds a local optional homestead exemption. And that comes right off the top of our local taxes. So when you go to the commissioner and say, fund the local optional homestead exemption, you're asking them to give us more money than what they give other people. So I'm doing that politely because we don't give that money to everybody else because no one else does that. So there are a few districts that do it, and so people were asking if I called other superintendents together. Yes, we actually have contacted someone that we're working with that have unified all the districts that are on the list that provide a local optional homestead exemption and don't get extra funding. I think near us, Clear Creek is probably the best example of that's losing money, but we're by far the one that's losing the most money. It would cost about $150 million for the commissioner to fund that, and he does have that money. And that's why I'm using political folks, people that are in legislative positions, to help reach out to him and express our case, because those folks ultimately will be the people that I ask in January to actually pass a bill that will fully fund us for that local optional homestead exemption, which will mean about $300 million cost to the state, and will provide us with $63 million, I think, in total. So that's a significant cut or progress into our deficit. So half is what that would do. And it's real money, and it's stuff that we can get behind, and we can get our legislators behind, and they've been supportive of that. The expiration of federal stimulus money is a really big funding cliff. Yes, we could have started doing cuts before, but we were also trying to mitigate some of the learning loss. We were also trying to do exactly what the state government does when they get federal money. We use that money to smooth over our budget and save some of our own money for a rainy day. That's exactly what we were doing and what most districts were doing in this state. We actually spent more than the minimum 20% on learning loss in our district, and we had to hire staff members. It was very difficult to find staff members because they're simply not out there. So also, we've been growing quite a few kids over the last, basically, it doesn't sound like a lot, but 400 something kids. That's half of a school, an elementary school in this district. So when you do that over the last couple years, you need another facility to take care of that. So we are looking at some other innovative ways to raise money in our district, but it would be irresponsible of us to say, yeah, we can count on that money and then turn around and spend the rest of our fund balance to equalize our money next year. So the other thing is there has been an increase in special education, bilingual, safety, and security. So since Santa Fe and Uvalde, we have all tried to step out there and fund school safety, and it's cost us quite a bit of money. We were one of the first districts to have a police department around the state. That was not normal, and that wasn't a funding source back when I was in school. In 1983, when we passed our local optional homestead exemption, I was still a junior going into my senior year in high school, and there was no such thing as police officers in school. We didn't do that at that time. So that's just been one of those cuts that's ballooned over the time that we need funded, and that's why we asked for a $100 increase in the safety allotment. We didn't get quite that much, and we're going to be back at them this next time because that's something I think everybody can get behind. There was an actual interim study in the legislature about how important school finance was and how important school safety was, and that's something we can all get behind. The other thing is bilingual and special education costs have been ballooning. We have a number of kids that are qualifying for special education now, and that's not really a state issue, that's a federal issue. The federal government does require special education and to serve special ed kids, and they write the rules for all that, but they don't give us enough money to pay for it. The state gives us some money to pay for it, but not all the money, and the rest has to come from local. So, and it costs quite a bit more to include diagnosticians, LSSPs, all those kinds of folks that we need to serve, along with speech therapists and a number of other dyslexia and all those things. So the state has recognized that in one of their interim studies that special education needs to be fully funded, that they could probably, that's an area where they could reach out and help us. And that would help us a lot. You see that $71 million, probably at least 40 million of that is probably special education, that if we get that funding, that would make up a big difference. So just in those two things, the local optional and the special ed funding, that's that's over 100 million right there. So we're getting close at that point. You get a little bit of money for safety and security, and we could get balanced out of this next legislative session. So, but in the meantime, we have to pass the budget by July 1. And we simply don't know whether or not we're going to get a local optional homestead exemption. And this has been coming up at us for a while. We've also increased salaries and the retention stipends. Yeah, we did that. Everybody was doing that because we couldn't find staff members. It's hard to employ plumbers. It's hard to employ anybody in our school district now because they have so many options outside of public schools. And yeah, I believe that teachers need to be paid more. That's why we also went for the teacher incentive allotment. So they have access to a pot of money that is over and above what we would get locally. And we're in the final stages of getting all that approved. So, and I would say that, yeah, inflation. I don't think when we passed or when we came out of the School Finance Commission in 2018 and made our recommendations to the legislature that we could have predicted that inflation would go up over 19% over the course of the next several years, because we were all celebrating getting all that additional revenue in 19, and then by the end of that school year, it was started to get eaten away by inflation. So, and all the other things that went along with our pandemic and all the other things with the supply chain and all the costs. And you saw a number of our board members talk about some of the things in terms of the increases. And then, of course, just operating new facilities costs money. So I just wanted to share all that because to put it all into perspective. So, and kind of give you an idea of what we're doing and what we have been doing. We're getting traction. Several of you that were speakers talked about how you saw Representative Ollerson posted the letter, the joint letter. That's saying a lot about what's going on. I keep hearing from folks in Austin about we're making headway and we're making an impact on this local optional. We need to have it decided before August, though, because after August, the state goes into a new fiscal year and all that money rolls forward, and they can't use that money as a surplus to make up for our current budget year. And we need that money to mitigate any cuts coming in the next school year. A little bit more, I just would caution you about just playing the blame game on one person or a group of people. There's enough blame to go around. We don't. Our kids aren't attending like they used to, and that's costing us money. We made the option to do a local optional homestead exemption. That's something that we did locally, and that cost us local revenue, not state revenue. The state doesn't make up for that. It assumes that you're collecting your local revenue, just as it does in all other school districts around the state. So while it's in vogue to blame other people, we're also partially responsible for the situation we're in too. And that goes for all the school districts in the state. Last year we had some options for some funding in a number of different mechanisms, and we kept saying $1,000 or $1,100 or nothing else. We wouldn't accept anything else. And so there was a lot of folks that were supporting that kind of mentality, and what we got out of that was nothing. So a little bit of a yield that was automatically already in the formulas for the golden pennies. We have our own options too. A number of districts around the state have gone after additional pennies on a VATRE. It's not something that people want to do. It's not something that's attractive to a school board to go out there and call for an election and ask for the local taxpayers to take on more burden. And so we are tightening our belt, and it's not something we want to do, but it's something that we believe is responsible and something that we have to do first to show our public that we're doing something to address some of the needs. Again, no layoffs. We're not closing schools. I've had not closing libraries. They will still be open. We're still requiring them to be open. We will still have librarians. There was actually a recommendation to eliminate all librarians at one level. We didn't go there. We modified that, and we changed that recommendation. Don't blame our principals, though. They're in a hard situation. They had to come up with limited amounts of cuts that would be the least impactful We lost high school allotment teachers. We lost extra teachers that we fund to make sure that that we have lower class sizes. But we're also doing some things that will try to mitigate some of these cuts as well. We qualified a number of our high schools for Title I funding that we haven't done in the past. We went deeper with providing that money to our high schools so there'd be options. We also provided options to the principals about what they cut. We made sure that they could make a choice on a number of positions. They could give up one position and keep another position that met their local need, trying to do what we're hoping that the state or the federal government does for us, is give us some local control over how we address our issues. And then finally, I just would like to say that thank you for everybody that hung around. If you look around, there's not many of you. It's because we come and we say our piece and then we leave, and we expect somebody else to solve those problems. Those problems will not be solved just by a few people. It's going to take a number of people working together to find solutions going forward. And I'll reiterate, we were committed at the district level to taking hard cuts. With the fourth lowest administrative cost ratio in the state of Texas for a school district, that's saying something about how efficient we are and how many multiple jobs some of our administrators do. This building is taking tremendous amount of cuts. There are a lot of people being returned to classroom or support jobs on the campus level, and we feel for them as well. And it's been very difficult to make those decisions and move forward with it. But we have to have a budget approved by July 1st to move forward. And we have to be as close to balance as we could, because we don't have a lot of fund balance to make up the difference. Now, I'm very hopeful that the revenue ideas that we have will generate a number of dollars, and hopefully we'll be able to add staffing positions back as we move forward with additional revenue, like a local optional homestead exemption or some of these other revenue pieces. But I have to be responsible as an administrator and offer as close to a balanced budget as I can to the school board. And then I have to continue to work on other things that we can find for efficiencies. In the coming month, you're probably going to see us come back to our school board and ask for an efficiency audit to be done, so we can find more things that we can do. Things like that will take longer for us to implement, that I had hoped we had more runway to take care of in the 4 months that I was here. We simply can't find all the areas where we can make some efficiency changes, and it takes a lot longer to go electronic on some things. Doing our timekeeping and things like that are going to make it a little bit easier, and we'll need less staff members to support those roles so that we can do those efficiencies. And then over the course of the year, we're going to make more tightening cuts to try to get out of this next budget year with more fund balance and more flexibility, so we don't have to make as many cuts next year. We're really trying to be mindful that what we do impacts students, but also it impacts our staff. And while I appreciate the fact that a lot of people came up here to talk about librarians, I didn't hear hardly enough for the college and career specialists that do awesome work. I didn't hear a lot about the curriculum coaches that do a ton of work for our staff and help support our teachers. The behavior interventionists, both at the district level and at the campus level, or the testing coordinators that ease the burden of some of our counselors. So, and you saw us employ one assistant soup. We have 2 openings. We only have 4. So we cut 25% of the folks that you will rely on when you have an issue with a campus principal or what a campus is doing. The next person you're going to see is the assistant soup for leadership of that team. And instead of being divided, all the campuses, the 100-something campuses that we have, will not be divided by 4, it will be divided by 3. And you can think of the span of control and supervision that 3 people have to meet the needs of over 100 schools and a number of special programs. That's going to be a daunting task for those folks to supervise. And a number of people in our central office will be gone that were relied on to make phone calls from the campuses to get that support. They're simply not going to be here because that's what we're doing. We're also going to be looking at all the facilities we have in the district. What can we close down? What can we sell? So I know there's been some criticism of a number of district facilities, but this building is not money that we can use to pay salaries. That's a budget item that's separate. It's taxes that cannot be spent on salary. But what we can do is we can consolidate as many staff as we can over here and close down older facilities that are more expensive to run than this more efficient facility. And when you go through our building here, we're primarily in cubicles. Most of our staff members here that are in this building are in little cubbies, and there might be a joint meeting room that we have where you can have a team meeting. But most of our people are out and about on campuses as much as possible to help support them. So there is a lot of things that I've seen in this district that are a blessing for our community and the work that our staff members are doing. And they do a lot with a little. And we're asking them to do a lot more with a lot less. So I understand what that means as both a first grade teacher and a high school teacher. And I understand that may mean that we need to pitch in more at the central office, and we will do that going forward. So with that, the budget that we presented to you is what we're going to move forward, and we stand ready to take board member questions about the transportation plan or anything else that's out there.
Doug, I just want to apologize on behalf of the community and what you've had to endure. Perception is not reality sometimes. And have we not learned anything from the news cycle to just wait and the truth will eventually come out? I want to make sure that I understand you're very humble, but we have to study history, otherwise history repeats itself. Are you saying that we could have possibly recovered another $60 million over the last 2 years from the local optional homestead exemption?
Yeah, if we had eliminated it a couple years ago, we would be bringing in more revenue.
And what is the budget that we're cutting as of right now?
138 is what we're looking for, and it's roughly 60.
One thing that you will have as my commitment is that we will do our best. If there's money to be had, we will do everything possible to try to get that money for the school district.
Thank you very much for that. I also failed to thank Linda Macias. So there was a comment about the way in which staff members were told. We asked that the folks closest to the cuts would inform folks. So she did that with her curriculum coaches. And since the librarians crossed all of the campuses, we didn't leave that to principals to do. Dr. Macias had a meeting the week before and explained what was coming and that we would go through a process to identify the staff members that would be impacted, and we would do it rapidly so that they would know, and then we could plug them into other positions in the district. The reason why that took so long was because we made calls to each one after we did the calculations. Number one, we followed our district policy as to how we do identify staff members that are on those lists. Number one, you look at performance. We had to go through every single librarian's performance in the entire district. That's what you do when you do a reduction in force. That's the procedure we use for identifying folks. When we found out that there was really not that significant of a difference, we had to move to the next level, which was tenure. Now, granted, what day did you meet with them to let them know on Zoom that this was coming, and met with all of them at the same time so they all heard it at the same time?
A week ago this past Friday.
So it was a Friday, right? So this is what happened after that. So then we identified everyone's tenure, and that meant that the HR department had to help us and go through everybody's file when they started in the district and identify everybody. And then what we had to do was go down the list from the most experienced in Sci-Fair to the least experienced in Sci-Fair, one at a time, and say, hey, you've been identified as one of the staff members that we are maintaining in the position. Do you want that or not? I think you alluded to the fact, Todd, that we had some retirements, so obviously those came off, and then people that were leaving came off, and then vacancies came off. But we went one at a time. That's why it took so long over the next 2 days, Monday to finish up all that, and then Tuesday to start notifying everybody, because we had to contact each and every individual member and say, hey, you've been identified, are you accepting the position? If they did not accept that position, then we went to the next person on the list. So that's why it took so long to get through the list, because we made sure that we made contact with each and every one of them until we had every single one of the slots filled. Once we had that, we knew how many people to contact, and that's why they were sent a letter and told that we had other positions and that they needed to contact their principal, and that that's what the principals were doing, thankfully, on every single one of their campuses, to find positions that we could either keep them on their campus or other positions in our excess list where we could find them. And our HR department has made a commitment to try to find every single one of these affected staff members a position by May the 10th. That's a really quick turnaround for the number of people that are involved in this. But we're committed to our staff members not only to maintain their finances, because we know that they have bills, they have kids in college, they have all sorts of things that they need to take care of. We're trying to do the right thing and make sure they have a job going forward and that they don't see a loss next year. And then we'll just have to see what happens with revenue for the year after that. So I just wanted to share that. That's why it took so long to get where we were on Tuesday. But we had committed to notifying everybody by Tuesday so they would be in position to be able to grab those positions that we've been holding on to. There was a comment about, why do we have a job fair? Because we still need staffing positions. We will not find enough special education teachers. That is in shortage. There are math and science teachers that we will need. But we also said that we were going to fill these positions first, because we value our staff members in the district and we're committed to them. So I just wanted to explain that, because there's been a lot of information out there about how this happened. But that's why we were doing what we were doing, to try to get to staff members as fast as possible so we could take care of them.
Any other questions?
I don't really have a question, but I hope that the comments made tonight by our superintendent are taken to heart by the community and that we listen to it. There's a lot of vitriol that's been going around on social media, most of it unfounded. And I hold the community, you guys hold us responsible, as well you should. We are the elected officials. But the community members that are out there posting online and spreading information that's not true, it's not helpful. This is a publicly recorded meeting where we're telling the truth about what has happened and what is happening. Our goal is to make sure that our kids win, and that's what we're striving for. So regardless of whatever we're called, doesn't matter, we're here for our kids. We're here for our communities, we're here for our teachers. It's Teacher Appreciation Week. We appreciate our teachers. We appreciate those that are in our schools. So I hope that as we go into our June budget meetings and we're having discussions and voting on this final budget, that the community understands how we got here, and that the community also understands how we can move forward. Separately speaking, I'm going to change subjects just a little bit. I want to bring up one point regarding our budget so the community, it really resonates. And it may seem like a little bit of minutia. It's not. In the past, I'm coming up on my third budget meeting. We have never said that we would plan for a budget that was not 100% allocated. We have always planned for all of our staffing positions to be filled. And this is the first time that we're actually going to plan for 98% of our positions to be filled. That's the long-running average, is that usually there's a 2% shortage. But it is a very big delta from how we go about doing this. It's a big delta from our preceding meeting, where we walked into that meeting and said, we will plan for 100% funded allocation. So now, through necessity and to preserve positions, we're changing how we do that. So I want the community to understand that this is a significant move for us and that we're doing it with great care. No further comments.
Any other comments or questions?
I just have a comment. It's a very difficult position that the district is in, and that everybody that works for Cy-Fair, our hearts go out to you. We really do feel bad about the situation that we're in, and it's not in any one person's control. We are asking that the community, the families, continue to help your kids to show up. We're asking you to give back where you can. We need a lot of parental support in our schools to make the district go. And you're very valuable, and we appreciate it. We know that there are parents. I've been a single parent, had worked 3 jobs at one time before. It's a challenge to try to help in the schools where you can. But we need to come together and solve this problem together. To put one group against another because we don't see things the same way is doing nothing but hurting Cy-Fair. We really need to come together. So we may not agree on everything, but what we do agree on is we don't want to eliminate librarian positions. But the fact is, as the numbers are, we have a $138 million shortfall, and we have got to be accountable to that. And so we need our families to come in and support where they can. We're asking businesses in the community, we're asking our faith partners to come in and help in our schools. We're going to have a shortage, and we need help in our schools. So I implore all of you to seek your hearts and to try to help make a difference, make a positive change. Instead of accusing people and calling names and belittling them, let's work together. Let's try to make this happen. Everybody on this dais, they have deeply felt what is going on, and we're not taking this casually. I've had a lot of sleepless nights, praying a lot and trying to figure out how we're going to help and make a difference. So we implore our community to come together and help solve these problems. And when we've had a history of some of these new revenue generating ideas, hopefully we'll be looking at another situation next year. Also with the increase in the state after they meet in January, we're going to try to work together. But we ask that everybody would stop attacking each other, and let's try to work together for the greater good in this district, because we all love Cy-Fair and we want to see it do well, and we need it to do well. Thank you.
Very well said. With no other comments, we'll move on to our consent agenda items portion of the agenda. 6A, the board will consider approving minutes of April 4th, 2024, regular board meeting. 6B, the board will consider approving budget amendments for the period of January 1st, 2024 through March 31st, 2024. 6C was moved to non-consent. 6D, the board consider approving the list of advanced courses for exemption 2025, 2024, 2005. And then 6E, the board consider approving granting easement to the Harris County Municipal District number 165 located along West Road and West Green Boulevard in Grand Parkway, and authorize the superintendent or his designee to negotiate final terms and execute all related documents. Then 6F, the board consider improving construction proposals and contracts paid from bond funds to recommended contractors, authorize the superintendent designee to execute all necessary documents related to such items. 6F1, 2023 Eldridge and Falcon Transportation renovations. 6F2, 2023 Wind Farm Annex and Carlton Center renovations. If any board member wishes to remove one or more of these items for further discussion, please do so this time. Hearing none, I'll now entertain a motion to approve the consensus items as recommended or amended.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
A second.
All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. The vote is 7-0. We'll now proceed to the non-consent agenda items. 7A, the board will consider approving on first reading additions, revisions to district policies. 7A1, DEC, non-local compensation benefits, leaves and absences, revise. 7A2, DFBB, term contracts, non-renewal. 7A3, EED, local instructional agreements, students' schedules. Then 7A4, EHAB, basic instructional program, required instruction, elementary, revise. At this time, I'll take a motion. No, it's for the whole 7A. Yep. It's in there if you want to look at it. No, it's used on 7B.
Or 7A.
Yep.
Mr. President, I move the board approve on first reading additions, revisions, or deletions to district policies, DEC, local compensation and benefits, leaves and absences, revise. DFBB, local, term contracts, non-renewal, revise. EED, local, instructional arrangements, student schedules, revise. EFB, local, instructional resources, library materials, revive. EHAB, local, basic instructional program, required instruction, elementary, revised.
May I have a second?
A second.
Are there any questions this time? Seeing no questions, we'll take a vote. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. 7-0. 7B, the board consider approving the district's instructional materials recommendations for the 2024-2025 school year. May I have a motion?
I move that we consider this. I would like to have some discussion and propose an amendment.
We'll have to get a motion approved first before we can have discussion.
So I move that we.
Correct, Marty?
approve.
If you would like to have some discussion, I think Dr. Blassingame is saying she wanted to amend some of the materials for consideration. I don't think she was saying, because you're saying you have to have a motion before you can amend it. I think she's saying she wants to make a motion that amends approval of some of the items.
Okay.
I said that
So go ahead and make your motion to amend those things and just discuss, tell us what your amendment is, please. I think it's in front of us if you don't want to have to read it. Is that correct?
My amendment, right?
Correct.
Yes. For item 7B, I move that the board approve the posted instructional materials in 7B for the 2024-25 school year with the following revisions. There are 25 books total, and we thank the committee that worked on it, but these are 6. We'd like to see a little bit of, accept them, but with these revisions. Biology by Savas Learning Company. We would like to approve, I'd like to propose we approve it, but investigations 13 and 16 omitted. The TEKS taught in that to be rewritten by our local school team. In environmental science by Cengage Learning, approved with chapters 5 and 7 omitted. For Earth Systems by Cengage Learning, approved with chapters 2, 6, and 21 omitted. In Principles of Education and Training by Goodhart Wilcox Company, approved with chapters 7, 12, 15, and 18 omitted. And for Health Science Theory Clinicals by Cengage Learning, approved with chapters 8 and 10 omitted.
May I get a second?
Second.
Are there any questions this time?
Yes. I am not clear on why one board member chose to override the recommendations of our highly trained educators who selected these materials for next school year that have been approved by the State Board of Education. I do not support this amendment. We should go back to the original motion, which is to accept the instructional materials as approved by the educators who reviewed the materials, who are experts in these fields of biology, environmental science, earth systems, principles of education and training, and health science theory.
Linda, do we have to adopt materials from the State Board of Ed recommendations, or can we just write our own, not approve these and write our own curriculum?
We do not have to adopt the materials from the State Board of Education. We do have to, if we write our own curriculum or anything else that we use, we do have to share with this, with TEA that all of the texts have been covered.
And that's an option that we have through the other item that's on this agenda, that would be the instructional materials approval process, correct? That we moved to 7B last week?
That is correct.
So I'm not asking for us to employ that. I'm asking us for it to accept the books with slight revisions. That would be, so that would be that would mean that the educators here would have a textbook rather than not have a textbook that's approved. So can you talk to me a little bit about that process of how we do that in curriculum? Have we done that before, where we write curriculum at the district level? Is that a common exercise?
Well, typically the board would adopt the resources, and then those are the resources that we would use to write our curriculum. That's typically what we do. So in this instance, with your recommendation, then we would, like for example, biology, chapter 13 and 16, we would look at the texts that are covered in there, and then we would have to embed the text into the curriculum that we're writing from the book, if that makes any sense.
Can I make a reminder? We are literally in the process of reducing our curriculum and instruction staff. At the same time, we're recommending that they do additional work. So I think we need to be considerate of that. We also need to be considerate of the timing. We are in May. The teachers we've already delayed this 1 month so that 2 people could look at the books. So we don't have, I question whether we have the time to go through this process and delay it again. Again, I recommend that we adopt and accept the instructional materials as approved by the expert educators within Cypher ISD.
Scott. Dr. Blasingame, I think it might help a little bit. Can you go into a little bit of the actual recommended omissions, the reasons behind them, so we can get a little bit of understanding of what we're wanting to omit and why?
There are concerns that were expressed across the state and in the district, and in, for example, let's see, in biology would be an example. In chapter 12, it discusses vaccines, and it discusses polio and all those. And investigation 13 is an extension of that, which goes into discussing a much more detail around a lot of COVID discussion, a lot of focused on health in that topic, which is just an extension. It's not required TEKS. That's an example of something in the biology textbook. And let's see, in Earth systems, an example is topics of depopulation and an agenda out of United Nations. In environmental science, there's a lot around depopulation and also, you know, a perspective that humans are bad. And so those are the areas that could be rewritten. And is that enough example for you?
It is. So it seems to me that the thought process behind that, there are some controversial subjects in some of these textbooks that might not be suitable, that we may want to reevaluate. But it goes, Dr. Macias, you know, Trustee Henneman brought up a point. Walk us through a little bit of what it would take for us to, if we were to omit some of these sections as some of the trustees are interested in doing. What are the steps we would have to do to add that instructional element, and how would we go about evaluating it? How would we go about creating it to add those instructional elements that may be omitted in this motion?
So as I said, we would, for example, from the biology textbook, we would be taking that textbook and we would be basically writing our curriculum. We typically do a very thorough curriculum writing aspect when we do curriculum. As Ms. Heineman said, we have quite a few less staff to do that. So we are going to have to probably rely more on the campuses or those teachers to go through some of their materials. But what we would have to do is write the curriculum from the resource, and then these chapters that are omitted and the texts that have to be covered, because there are texts for all of this. The texts that are covered, because I think some of it is climate change, if I remember correctly, Natalie, climate change and vaccines, for example. We had already tagged the chapter on vaccines, and it was not something that we were doing a deep instruction on. Actually, I believe we weren't even covering it because it hasn't been tested on EOCs. And so it's very limited what we would do there. So we had already planned to do a very slim teaching of that, but it would require taking those texts and then writing curriculum, and we would have to find something else to use to be able to write the curriculum, probably our current textbook that we have, and just pull from there and then write the curriculum from there. And it is, Dr. Blasinger knows, it takes time to develop and write curriculum.
So it looks like out of 25 books, there's 13 chapters where we're looking for some revisions.
Can we approve it without the revisions and then turn this off after the fact? Is that possible? These chapters that are controversial?
So we have visited with the companies regarding the online versions. Savas allows us to turn everything off from the district level. The other ones have to be turned off from the campus or teacher level. And then we are going to be asking them to see if they can figure out a way to give us access at the district level. But right now, we can turn off chapters from the district level for Savas, basically any chapter. And for the others, we can turn off the chapters, but from the campus level.
So would that be any different than what Ms. Blassingame Dr. Blassingame is actually offering? We can go ahead and approve these books based on SBOE approval, and the changes that were requested from SBOE on these publishers. Once that actually takes place, then we can actually order these books. Is that what you're saying?
But I don't think that's what Dr. Blassingame is saying. The edits the edits that were requested from the State Board of Education, those edits are already there actually with the online version. With the textbooks, they will be there once those books are purchased and delivered. So I believe, if I understood Dr. Blassingame correctly, she's asking that once we receive the materials with the edits from the State Board of Education, that we remove these chapters. Is that correct, Natalie? Yeah.
That's correct.
Question, Dr. Macias. Were the books that we reviewed or had the opportunity to review, were those books the books that had the edits from the State Board of Education already within them?
Not the books, but the online version did.
Okay, so if we wanted to have seen those, we would have had to look at the online version, not the physical book.
That is correct.
Got it. So as an example, in my understanding is one of the textbooks had the topic of depopulation. And that's an interesting idea that I am not personally aware of whether or not that's in the online version or not, or whether or not that's been a requested edit.
It is.
It's in the online version?
Yes, these comments and revisions are based on deep dive into the online curriculum that we were all given access to. Because we serve in the Academic Safety, Vision, and Planning Committee, we committed large amounts of time in order to go in and read and look for those things. So, and current information as of this week and today.
I can't support anything teaching our kids about depopulation. I'm 100% in agreement with Dr. Blassingame.
More questions? Look, your mic's on.
I have questions. No.
Any other questions or comments? We do have a motion, we do have a second. If there's no more questions, we'll go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of the amended motion, please signify by raising your right hand. I'm sorry, against, apologize. Thank you. 6C, the board consider approving the 2024-2025 TEAC certification form. May I get a motion to approve, please? Six C.
I move that the board approve the 2024-2025 TEACS certification form.
May I get a second?
Second.
Any questions?
Yes, I have a question. The decision that was just made by the board, how does that impact our ability to approve the TEAC certification form?
Well, the TEAC certification forms basically saying that we will be teaching that we're guaranteeing that we're teaching all the texts. Yeah, that the textbook is covering all the texts that we're teaching, or the resources. The textbooks or the resources that we have will cover all the texts. So basically, the textbooks now do not cover all the texts. However, we do have other resources that we have right now that we could use to cover the texts. The current resources we have right now, the current textbook we have right now, that we would have to use to cover the texts.
So what you're saying is, as it stands, we do not have to submit the TEAC certification form?
You have to submit.
Oh, you submit it, but what we will be able to cover it with materials. So what we're certifying to the state is that we have materials.
Hold on, here's the expert on that.
Let me give you a little background. So Texas Education Agency and the Texas Education Code 31.1011 requires that LEAs certify annually to the State Board of Education and the Commissioner that students have access to instructional materials that cover all Texas essential knowledge and skills for the required subjects except for physical education. Completion of the form indicates that we are giving access to our students, that they will have resources to meet all the required TEACs. So therefore, in those areas that you have omitted from the prior thing, we're acknowledging that there are other educational resources that meet those required TEACs to allow us to teach those. And the TEAC certification form, your second question is about not approving it. Approval of the TEAC certification form allows us to open the funding source, which is the IMA funding source, to where we can purchase those instructional materials with state funds that we get in biennium.
I have another question. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask a question. We currently, correct me if I'm wrong, have books for biology, environmental science, earth systems, principles of education training today. Is that correct?
One of them is new. Just tell me
We have a
which
new
one,
book?
Heather, which is
So
new?
I'm trying to understand completely.
Just share with one's
Full
new.
picture.
Which one is the new one?
So we do have new TEACs in all of our science courses, but the text verification form also lists district-created curriculum as one of the pieces that helps us satisfy all the texts. So either way, we would be covered.
Right. Thank you.
Go ahead, Julie.
I have a question. If we're going to use older books or books that or resources we already have, what's to prevent a board member from them coming and saying, I object to the resources that were used last year? I'm concerned about certifying that we're meeting the TEACs when I don't have confidence that, I don't know for sure that we are, or that someone can derail the resources, remove resources from our educators to use.
Well, all I can, I think, answer to that, Ms. Heineman, is that with the books that have been approved, and then going back to the resources that we already have, we would have to piece them together so that we do meet the text certification.
Dr. Macias, do you believe that with the efforts that you just described, that we will meet the TEACs? We will provide the TEACs to our students?
I do think that we have the resources. We have a lot of resources. We have a lot of resources, and when we're writing curriculum, it'll be more difficult. I will share that because you have to go back and look through all these resources. But typically, we use the textbooks. Not all of them. Some of them we use them like that's all we use. But we typically will use the textbooks as a resource as we write our curriculum. But if you're asking me, it's going to be more difficult to get all this done, yes. But I do think that we probably have the resources to pull from.
And when you say resources, you mean curriculum. I'm concerned about the people resources, both on campuses and in.
So when I'm talking about resources, I'm talking about the actual
materials.
paper materials,
Right. I
actual
understand.
materials that we're going to have to go through what we have to pull what we need. As Dr. Bergman said, there are some new teaks, so we're going to make sure that we have all that material. We may have to purchase some additional resources that are just supplementary to piece it all together. As far as staff to get it done, we're going to struggle because we have lost a lot of staff at the district office, so we're going to struggle, and so it may look a little like our campuses are used to having the curriculum ready, or a lot of it ready by the time school starts. It may be that they're getting 2 weeks at a time, and then during those 2 weeks, we're providing the next 2 weeks. So it may be that type of getting materials out to them.
Thank you, Dr. Macias. That's disappointing.
Other questions on 6C? All right, this time we'll take a vote. All those in favor, raise your right hand. 7-0. 7C, the board will review and consider adoption of the revised board operating procedures outline duties of a public official. This item was discussed in closed session pursuant to section 551.074. May I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
In a second?
Second.
Any questions about this?
Yes, I just want to make the public aware that there was a change that was sent out by General Counsel removing the section about how the board would write their own meeting rules. We have reverted back to following modified parliamentary procedures in Robert's Rules of Order. So I just want to make sure the public is aware of that. I do have a question, maybe a suggestion to add a section either within the document or as an attachment outlining guidelines for complying with the Open Meetings Act and the Public Information Act. There is clear evidence of a lack of understanding and or willingness to follow both of these acts, and I think it would be helpful to have it in writing so it would clear up some of the confusion around those two acts.
I don't see a problem with that at all.
I have one other request or thought to add is to add a use.
1 second. Marnie, did you write that down? I'm sorry, it's making sure Julie got that covered.
Thank you. I also, in the section for board meetings, I would like it to be considered that we say that there will be no use of cell phones, texting between board members and with outside contacts during board meetings. Those texts are subject to the Public Information Act, whether they're on your whichever phone you're using, and they can be accessed by the public. So I think just to ensure that there's no concerns, that we should not allow cell phones in use during board meetings.
Okay, Marnie, you got that down as well? Y'all can take that to committee and review that appropriately?
Yes, so we can, if you want to approve the changes we've made so far, then we'll take it back to the governance committee, and then we'll come up with some language and then bring it back.
Sounds like a plan.
One question. Yeah, one question. So to the comment Trustee Heineman made earlier that we're going to write our own rules, Marta, can you add a little bit of clarification on the backside of that comment just to describe what we're doing here and why we're doing it in our change regarding the modified rules Robert's Rules?
Yeah, so the governance committee, and Mr. Ray, as the chair, can probably answer this as well, if not better. But the governance committee, we had looked at the modified rules for small assemblies. And because honestly, even for small assemblies, we don't utilize much of that procedure. And so I had marked up the handout, and that's what I included for the board to consider if we wanted to modify the modified rules and just really make it, I thought, more simple for us to read and follow. But after I went back upstairs and I looked at it, I thought, well, I probably need to do a better job of fleshing that out. So I recommended that I'd take a little bit more time, and Mr. Ray was in agreement with that. And so that's what I proposed to the board, was to just go back to the attachment we've been using, which is just the modified rules for small assembly. And that if we want to kind of do our own version, I'll do a better job of getting that out to you guys and getting your feedback. It would just be simplifying it further.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, that's what we identified, is that it might be easier for us, and considering we don't use all of Robert's rules, to maybe do something to reflect what we typically do as far as our meeting procedures and our meeting rules. But we also identified the fact that, we need to get our board operating procedures voted on and approved. So we didn't want to delay that in order to continue to evaluate our new procedures and potentially new rules. So, we've been operating under modified Robert's rules under our board operating procedures. And so in order to not delay approval of our board operating procedures, we decided to keep the modified Robert's rules in for now, and maybe something we look into the future in crafting our own special rules for our procedures and our proceedings.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll now take a vote on approving the adoption of the board operating procedures. All in favor, raise your right hand. 7-0. 7D, the board consider approving the superintendent's recommendation to give notice to the individual listed here to section 21.103 of the Texas Educator Code, that her employment with the district is under probationary contract is terminated. This item was discussed in closed section pursuant to section 551.074. May I get a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Trustees gives notice to this person listed here that her employment under a probationary contract is terminated.
In a second?
I second.
Any questions? Seeing none, we now take a vote. All those in favor, please signify by raising the right hand. Okay, that's 6. I will abstain since I was not here at the last meeting to discuss this, just in all fairness. 7E, the board consider approving the superintendent's recommendation to give notice to the individual listed here pursuant to 21.103 of the Texas Educator Code that his employment with the district is under probationary contract is terminated. This item was discussed in closed session pursuant to section 551.074. May I get a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Trustees give notice to this employee that his employment under probationary contract is terminated.
In a second?
Second.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll now take a vote. All those in favor, signify by raising the right hand. 6-0, me abstain as well. 7F, the board will consider approving the superintendent's recommendation to give notice to the individual listed here that her employment with the district under a term contract is proposed for termination, and authorize the president of the board to notify the individual of proposed action pursuant to section 21.211 of the Texas Educator Code. This item was discussed in closed session 551.074. May I get a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the recommendation to notify this employee that her employment with the district under a term contract is proposed for termination, and to provide her notice of the same in accordance with the law.
May I have a second?
Second.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll now take a vote. All those by raising the right hand. 6-0, me abstain as well. 7G, the board considered making determination that good cause did not exist as required by law for the individuals listed here to resign their respective employment contracts. This item was discussed in closed session 551.074. May I get a motion, please?
Move that the Board of Trustees render a finding under Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 249.17D, that good cause did not exist as required by Texas Education Code, Sections 21.105C, 21.160C, or 21.210C for the individuals listed here, to resign their respective employment contracts and notify these employees in accordance with the law that the district is submitting a complaint to the State Board of Educator Certification for contract abandonment.
May I have a second?
Second.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll now take a vote, signify by raising the right hand. 6-0 again, me abstaining. We'll now proceed to informational items. Any board committee updates the board members would like to talk about?
This past week, the Finance and Operations Committee met, rather 2 weeks ago, we met, and we discussed the presentation that we have seen today. And really the feedback that we gave was on how to think about the safety and hazardous routes for our high school students. We wanted to make sure that as students were moving from 8th grade into 9th grade, that if they were crossing what we've defined as a hazardous condition, that we would continue to provide that bus service. So that was really the major change that we had in our Finance and Operations Committee. No further comments.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I do for academic safety, vision, and planning. We met with district leadership, and there was talking we're talking about the course selections coming up. More details will be coming on that. College career and military readiness. We also had an overview of the discipline data on safety. And then we talked about review of the board monitoring system. Editing some reports, we may not need them on a monthly basis if the activity is not at a level that is necessary to save time and resources. We also talked about the school health advisory report data for the year end, and Christina Cole and I met on that, and we will be getting an update on that this next month.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing, I'd like to thank everyone for being here tonight.
I
Thank
have
you
a
for
quick
staying.
question. I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
Is from the policy committee? Todd, is that you? That's yours?
And answer-
I was curious what the status is of updating policies related to revenue-generating recommendations proposed by the Budget Reduction Advisory Committee, since several of those recommendations require revising current policy. Is your committee working on that?
Yes, ma'am, we are. That will actually be discussed in the next policy committee. And in addition to that, we may actually have multiple policy committees coming up before June. Just want to give you a heads up, and I appreciate the question. Great question.
Will we have a special called meeting, or will you be bringing those policy revisions at the June meeting?
We will be bringing those policy revisions at the June meeting.
Okay. And then I had a question. Natalie, were you going to do a teacher retention update? Okay.
We have not met. We're working off the data that we have, and we're looking to see data that comes in, and so we will be meeting soon, but there's no report this meeting. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. The teacher time study that was completed in March, when will the results be released, and what are the plans to implement the recommendations?
We actually just got the final report today and talked about it in our cabinet meeting, so it'll be forthcoming after that. Sorry, we just got it.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll take that to committee, and then we'll bring that back here for action.
Anything else I missed? All right, once again, thanks again for being here, staying so late. I'd like to thank those who are watching from home. We have a motion to adjourn, please.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by raising your right hand. And we are adjourned. Thank you very much.